Hi, everybody! Oh my goodness. This is very disorienting because I can't see, I don't have my Streamlabs open because John is running the stream today. But hello, everyone! Welcome to the stream! It is Marketplace Mayhem, and I am so excited! Hello, everybody! As you can see, my background is blue. We are in space. Welcome to the Milky Way, everyone. It is so lovely to see you all. Before we get started on the game today, we have a few announcements to get through just to let you guys know what the heck is going on. I know a few of you in chat have no idea what's going on. It is not my usual art stream. We're doing an actual play today. What? What? But first, I'm gonna go around and just say that these are all of my lovely mods. Well, some of my lovely mods. We have our new mods in chat right now. You will see. Well, Finn is still the elderest of elder mods, and he's helping our little newbies. Congrats on your swords, JJ and Edgefit. Give them the respect they deserve, but also make sure to take them down a peg. They deserve it. But these are my mods. These are the mod rangers. We've got John on my somewhere on my right. I don't know if this is pointing right or not. We've got John. He is going to be playing Rowan. We've got Haku. Killer Haku is down there in the lovely bunny mask and is absolutely lovely. We've got Nico, aka Derpanduin. He's going to be playing Casper, and then we've got Matt over here, aka Geek Outs, who's going to be playing Monty. So, as we got that out of the way, what are we doing? We are playing a one-shot, a Teens in Space one-shot that was funded and made possible by viewers like you. No, we, for my Streamiversary last year, made a goal that I would GM a one-shot on stream. And it is widely known that I have never GM'd before. And so y'all hit the goal so fast. We hit that goal so fast last year that we have been working tirelessly for the last like 5-6 months getting this put together. So thank you all very, very much. This is a little love gift for you guys. So thank you very, very much for everything you've done to make this possible. Also, this is a Teens in Space one shot. It is being powered by the Kids on Bikes system made by Hunters Entertainment. Shout out to Hunters Entertainment. Thank you very much for making this game. It's perfect for the Phoenix universe. And it's also going to be in the Phoenix universe, which, if you don't know what that is, the Phoenix is my Sci-Fi Adventure comic that everyone made sure to bring their copies of to show off. Show and tell. It's show and tell right now. We win. You guys do win. But yes. Oh boy. It is made by there's Silky. There's the Silky plushie. Oh boy. I'm trying very hard to get through these announcements. I hope you're proud of me. Thank you.
Nailing it. You got this.
But yes, it is made is the Phoenix universe. The Phoenix is a comic that follows the crew of the Phoenix, which is a ragtag group of aliens and humans and AI and things doing adventures in the Milky Way galaxy. But we are not going to be following those guys today. It will be in the same universe, and we'll have some sort of connections to the Phoenix universe. However, you will not need to read the comic to understand this one shot, and you will also need to not watch this one shot to read the comic. They are two separate stories, but will maybe eventually be intertwined. And if you do read the comic and see this one shot, you will know, you might be able to understand a little bit of the lore a little bit better than some, but you don't need to know anything. You might just get some fun Easter eggs. That's all I can say. Ooh. But yeah, it is in my comic universe. If you would like to pick up a copy of the comic because you like the universe and what I've the months and years of world building I've put into this, you can pick it up in my Etsy store. Volumes 1 and 2 are in my Etsy, and you can read it on TIS Webtoon or my own website. We're in the middle of chapter 4 right now, so go and check that out. other than that, just some awesome credits to get through, and then I'll throw this over to John for some other credits. This lovely overlay you're seeing on stream was made by the wonderful Killer Haku. Yay! Thank you so much, Haku. This has been a team effort. So yeah, Haku made the overlays. Matt made all of the promo teasers that you saw and picked the awesome theme music for this freaking one shot. It's so great. John is running the stream. Everything you see that's technical here is all him. And Nico made an amazing title sequence that you guys are going to be seeing very soon. But John, other credits that we should throw out there before we hop into the game.
John, you're muted.
Redact.
John is muted.
Oh yeah, apparently you're muted. No one can hear you on stream. All right.
I heard them.
Nope,
Nope, we're still muted.
You're still muted.
Technical difficulties. You can do it, John.
Hold everyone. John's doing a lot of technical stuff. Which thing did you turn on that didn't make it so you can be heard? I'm gonna be talking all day. This is not a good.
Device, Yeti Classic. Okay. We should have audio. Hello,
oh,
friends.
hey, there you go. You good?
Okay.
John, Finn says you're good.
Cool. I'm gonna do something real quick to that. I need to add a filter. Put on that lovely noise suppression so that you don't hear I'm a fan. And then we're good. Okay, cool. All right. Thank you everyone for bearing with me on that front. It is hot second since I produced. Anyway, quick announcements. Music credits for today. All the lovely sound you are going to hear today comes from about 3 places. First of all, Tabletop Audio. We stand in this house. We love tabletop audio. If you want music for your tabletop games or just good ambiance for anything you're kind of doing, tabletop audio is amazing, and that's where a lot of the sound you're going to hear today is coming from. Also, Carl Casey at White Bat Audio, and a single song from Fuzzik on YouTube. All royalty-free kind of synthwave and sci-fi music that you're going to be hearing. But just want to give a shout out to those people for making the stream cool and atmospheric today. And that is all that I have in terms of announcements. So, Bree, unless you've got anything else.
I don't think I've got anything else. Thank you. I'll just say thank you to Edgefit and JJ for all of the work you're already doing in chat. And Finn, you guys are absolutely killing it. Thank you for taking up the mantle today. While us mod rangers hop into space. So without further ado, I'll see you all in the Milky Way. All right. We open with an establishing shot of Alornia, or the marketplace, as the wider galaxy calls it, complete with the first galactic trade station circling the planet and the telltale scar that dawns the surface and the numerous spaceships that enter and exit atmosphere as they please. Alornia was the homeworld to the Alorian people before becoming host to the countryside trade city of the marketplace. Originally founded by the Alliance before realizing the world they had just colonized had sapient life on it, and now a neutral trade city for any enterprising scavengers, trade merchants, and corporations to call it home. As residents of the marketplace, there are 3 important things you know about the city and planet. 1, by Alliance law, no one is allowed to settle outside of the marketplace walls. 2, this planet had 6 extinction level events, killing the prior 6 civilizations of sapient life that used to call this planet home, making it prime for ruin hunting and ancient tech scavenging. 3, while the Alliance no longer run the marketplace, their presence on the planet is unmistakable, and anyone trying to act against Alliance law will have to do so discreetly. They uphold the no expansion agreement vigorously and keep a watchful eye on all illegal smuggling both on-world and off. But what the Alliance cares about is the least of anyone's worries at the moment. The most important thing right now is on the news. In the signature hologram blue panel, you see a video playing. It is entitled High Orbit Hijinks, which is strangely an apt headline as you watch a comet-like, falling apart, barely spacefaring vessel break atmosphere and rocket to the surface of the planet in all its glory. Even through the video's audio, do you hear the gleeful cackling of 4 teens as they pilot their ship into a not-quite crash landing. This chaotic event took place 4 days ago, giving the crew of the Patchwork just enough time to make their ship barely functional again. And we open with this lovely crew of the Patchwork: Rowan, Monty, Buttercup, and the lovely Casper. What are you guys doing in your junkyard?
I think
And
Rowan...
feel free to describe yourselves.
So, quick description of I'll describe what Rowan is doing by way of describing what they're up to. Rowan is an Arborian teenager, which means they are a sort of like tree bark skinned humanoid. You can see their art here, but they are currently, I think, just like hanging from their knees upside down, like watching Monty work on the patchwork from the outside, and every single one of their like tendrils of hair is currently like hanging down onto the ground, where they have arrayed like just so many cups full of multicolored water, and are in the process of drinking it and dyeing like the ends of their hair a new color. So they're just kind of sitting there like gently swinging back and forth a little bit, watching the world from their upside down position.
Buttercup, what are you up to?
You can actually see Buttercup work on what was the engine that got the Patchwork up into space and back down, as they're happily humming with their 2 little antennae. You can see their wings sort of flapping whenever they need to cool the engine down a bit further from the sun. Other than that, there's just a happy hum. The translator for now is turned off because they know that if they turn it on while they're happy hum, it will just randomly spit out words like chair, table, and food.
Chair, table, and food. Love it. Casper, what are you up to?
Casper just got back into the workshop bringing food and drinks for everyone, and is currently just sitting somewhere at a table or kind of leaning against the wall and just seeing what everyone else is doing and kind of quietly contemplating what to do next, because currently he really doesn't have a job or anything to get to. So yeah, probably surfing in the network.
Cool.
But yeah, mostly just observing as he's wont to do.
Just vibing. Just
Yeah.
waiting. All right, Monty, what are you up to?
Well, Monty is like just got done like maybe welding a patch, and then like very excitedly picks up I don't know, some component that they found in the junkyard, and then they're like, Buttercup, I have found this for you. And then like they start walking, are going to carry it inside to take it to them.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and your junkyard is basically like the junkyard on the outs, like your settlement where you've set up shop, your little hideout is sort of very close to the edge circles of the marketplace, where most, close to where people go in and out for ruin hunting and scavenging, and also like where not a lot of alliance patrols are on the walls, but they're not like in the city proper where you guys are. So you're pretty secluded in sort of the junk edges of area, and you've got like your lovely little anything you guys could want pretty much to fix up your ship, and a little garage, like a little shed garage where the Patchwork is. You also still have the rover you guys stole from the liberated from the space station, and also
repatriated.
Repatriated, liberated from the gross tech bros that were trying to sell it at the illegal bot fighting ring on this space station. That's a thing that happened. You guys.
They were asking for it.
They were asking for it. They
got what they deserved.
And so did we. Rowan will say from their hanging upside down.
Yes, you got the rover. The Patchwork is not spacefaring yet. You still the amount of heat that you guys took your engine to was so close to the end of your vessel that you haven't quite got it ready and chill enough to maybe try to make another space trip. So you're kind of landlocked right now, but you're able to use the Patchwork to get around the city again and fly and go in the sky roads. I don't know.
Yeah, I imagine Rowan has just been as they've been hanging here and watching Monty, they've been running diagnostics on the shields, and they're I think they'll just report we believe the shields are space worthy, but the rest of the craft is not. So we should avoid breaking orbit any time soon.
What color? I remember when we crashed, I told you that all of the doors fell off right when you done. What color are the doors now of your spaceman? Is the Patchwork even more patchwork? Are all the
for sure.
Yes,
it's just scavenged from whatever we could find. I presume. Only one half
doors.
rusted.
Only one's rusted.
We just pulled all the trash.
Yeah, just put them out of the trash. Love it. There you go. You've gotten the doors up. You've gotten the pressure sensitivity that you need for high altitude in there. You're pretty much good. It's probably pushing it too hard might be a bad idea, but for just basic traversal of the marketplace, you're fine. It's been 4 days, and it's also been 4 days since you guys have been watching yourself on the news. People do not know who you are. Well, some people know who you are, but most people in this city don't know who you are and are just completely baffled by the fact that you guys even were able to get off planet to the space station and somehow back onto the planet without dying, presumably.
In more or less.
I'm sure some people actually think you guys are dead.
No, I'm sure that Rowan has been enjoying reading all of the social media accounts of what people think happened to them, and has been reading out the most exciting ones to everyone while they've been doing this.
Yes. No one yet has found who you are yet, but you do know that probably, since this has been you were a fucking comet in the sky, people are probably trying to figure out who the fuck you are. And also, to what Casper's probably thinking about is the little piece of information you heard on the space station about the shipment that the Alliance was asking Galatech. I found a name for the corporation. Thank you, John. Galatech. Anyways, I'm very impressed by this name.
It's a good name.
Is retrieved for the Alliance 7 years ago. So, you know that that's the thing. You know that there is where they found this, and what they found is currently in Native Alorian in the files that you're able to find off of the Alliance's communicator device. So you're gonna have to go and talk to one of the people that you probably know, Casper. You probably know the most people in this city at the moment.
Probably.
You would know that probably the Alorian curator for the... Hold on, I wrote it down so I wouldn't forget. The Alorian curator of the Emporium of Alorian Ancient Civilizations, Rainy.
Rainy?
Rainy, R-A-N-I, and also yes.
Amazing.
Yep.
Yeah. Speaking of that information, he probably would have spent the last 4 days. I'm assuming the Alliance has some sort of official governmental building or something like that within the marketplace somewhere, right?
Yeah, there's definitely an embassy, but you do know that you've been trying to, other than going to the space station, which is the Alliance's space station, you have been trying to avoid Alliance stuff purely because of Monty. Not that you know specifically that what they have with AI stuff, but you know that they've been have more AI officers and things, and you don't want people looking too hard into Monty without you guys knowing what Monty's whole deal is.
Yeah.
So there is the embassy if you eventually want to go and kind of get some stuff, but
I'm just saying, on his own time, he probably would have hung around there and tried to kind of do the same thing he did on the space station with swiping and copying data.
Okay.
Just surface level information to see the movements and stuff of the Alliance on the planet.
Okay. Do you want to make a brains roll for that?
Oh, do I? Absolutely.
All right. And since we're making our first roll, I will give you the difficulty. The difficulty for that, for just hanging around the embassy and what specifically are you looking for? Are you looking for personnel movement? Are you looking for mentions?
I'm specifically looking for security detail that is being moved to locations where it wouldn't necessarily make sense for security to be. Moving them to ruins or moving them to uninhabited places, because that would have to kind of get documented, or at least kind of have some sort of line of command going through the network.
Okay. I'll say that I'll do a difficulty 13 just for hearing anything at an embassy where it's a governmental thing and you're a kid. They probably wouldn't let you come in.
May I actually? Okay. May I come with Casper?
We have an ambassador.
Absolutely.
Oh, come on!
As he's doing this, and as an Arborean
immunity.
Oh, you're gonna pull the diplomatic immunity card already? All right.
As envoy to the ambassador.
We just wanted to send a message home to the druids to let them know how we were doing and show Casper around the embassy. Which is Rowan's way of saying, I'm going to cause a distraction for you. So does this affect the difficulty at all?
Yes, that will affect the difficulty. Playing the diplomatic immunity card, which I built into the character, all of them. So yeah, I'll say it'll go down to a difficulty.
There's a much better track.
7. Let me check the actual cutoffs. Yeah. Okay. So, you know what? We'll drop it down to whole 1. We'll go to 10. We'll go to 10.
All right. Cool. Okay. So do you want to explain to chat real quick how roles work in the system?
Yes, I will do a little overview while you do a roll. So, for those of you who don't know what Teens in Space is, Teens in Space is powered by kids on bikes, and each character, there's the stats going down down below me that you should probably be seeing. But each stat, which is brains, brawn, charm, grit. Ooh, brains, brawn, charm, grit. Man, my memory is terrible.
Brains, brawn, charm, grit, fight, flight.
Flight.
Yep.
There we go. I know there was F's and I couldn't remember what the F words were. Fight and flight, which is basically, you know, your standard like D&D stats, just had different names. And each one is corresponded to a specific dice in a standard dice set. So if you're really good at something, you have a D20 in it, and if you're really bad at something, you have a D4 in it. And I will be throughout the game asking these guys to roll specific checks on a difficulty that I set, and if they succeed better than 5 on a check or less than 5 on a check, something extra will happen, either good or bad, depending. So, what'd you roll?
I rolled a 9, and I have a +1 in charm. Sorry,
So
in
just barely got it.
yeah.
All right.
Not
Just
even close.
barely. I think that makes sense because while you are documented as a diplomatic immunity, you're not necessarily an ambassador. You're just a person that they're allowing to travel in their space unimpeded. And they're like, I guess you can, but like they won't let you go anywhere other than like the lobby, because it's like, okay, you're not if you were like asking for like safe passage somewhere, they'd be like, sure, you have diplomatic immunity, we have a treaty, sure. But it's like, I want to show my friend around. You're like, okay.
Rowan just showed up and was like, I want to send a message back home. Who's your friend? They're here for emotional support. Like,
Make that a 12 actually, because I do have overachiever, which means I get a +2 to interacting with authority figures.
There
Which
you go.
there you
I
go.
assume would apply.
It does apply. You do have a 12, which means you just barely get it, but a little bit better. You didn't get a 13, which is in the next,
Damn.
the next. I'm sorry. But you did a great job, and I'm very proud of you.
Hold on, I do have an adversity token though.
Want to do an adversity token, see if something really, really good.
Information is key, yes.
All right, use your adversity token.
I'm spending
Also,
my adversity token.
And for anyone
So
that doesn't know what
yeah.
adversity tokens are a lovely little mechanic, because we love to fail forward in this scenario. So if any of these guys fail a roll, they get these little things called adversity tokens, where they can use to basically bump up their die by 1, or be able to like trade to help other people as long as they're within the scenario. There's also a thing with like snap decisions and plan decisions. And if it's a snap decision, you can't help your friends. But if it's a plan decision, you can help your friends. So we're all about failing forward here. They all got an adversity token at the beginning of this game, and any leftover adversity tokens from our test game, because, you know, I like to give them things. I'm nice.
Yeah.
We appreciate it.
So you got a 13. All right. So it says here that a 13 is your, but it is decidedly possible for those who are skilled at it, and you got 1 higher. So you got something, while Rowan was distracting the very confused officers, you see, the same 2 officers that were on the space station, that were the lieutenants from the same 2 officers that were on the space station that were the lieutenants of under General Vivino. For those of you that don't know and have read the comic, General Vivino is the bad guy that I literally just named him, so there you go. The scary bad guy boy. They have they are just kind of like chatting. They're not moving anywhere, but you know that they're on planet. You didn't pick up anything that any other, like, you may have heard other people like talking from there, from coming from the lieutenants, that they're like, why does General Vivano care about what Galatech is doing, or like what Galatech's like museum is up to, or anything like that. You didn't get much more than that because we have more to do, but you do know that they are here and are still looking into what Galatech is doing. They didn't get anything from the dude bro that they were talking to on the space station, so they are on planet, probably going to make their way to Galatech's museum to talk to them first. And if they don't find anything, maybe they're gonna go ruin diving themselves or get more ruin diving. But technically, the Alliance, you know this, the Alliance is not supposed to be doing that. They're not supposed, like, that's why they had to hire out to wit through Galatech, because the Alliance, for the specific rules of no one should be able to get outside of the marketplace. They are not allowed outside of the marketplace proper, so they cannot ruin dive themselves. So that is what you know.
Cool.
Imagine. Go ahead.
Silently like signal over to Rowan once I've got what I needed.
Rowan is in the middle of like talking to the two Alliance like handlers in whatever like room they're in with this terminal, and it's like, would you believe that no other Arborian has ever thought to dye their hair before with colored water? This vessel was surprised to discover this, and we have been making liberal usage of this discovery. You see here, and they like have poofed their hair out fully, so just like the entire room behind them is completely invisible, and like they get the signal from Casper, I assume, just like on their little Alliance wrist communicator, and then they just kind of let all their hair down and go, anyway, we thought we'd tell you, thank you, and just pats one of like reaches up and pats one on the shoulder, and then just like will march out.
Amazing.
All right. Yeah, so you know that they are here, you know that they're probably going to go to the museum, but you still need to decode the thing. You still need to get talk to your friend at her emporium. But you do know that they are here, and possibly a problem, because they might recognize you.
All right.
And is this something you were doing in chronological order, or is this something you did earlier?
This is something that we did in between landing and sitting in the workshop, I guess.
Cool.
Sometime during the last 4 days.
Sweet. All right. So you have that information and have been steering clear of that.
Yes.
Yeah, you know that you maybe like probably shouldn't be seen. But in that vein, while y'all are just doing the finishing touches on the patchwork, you hear a very loud voice from outside your little junkyard. We hear a Slithian. We hear a lovely Slithian talking into their tail, saying, "What's up, guys? I think I found the people we've been looking for. Don't hold your breath. I've been wrong before, but I am very excited to hopefully introduce you to the Comet creators." All right, everyone. Come on, you Slytherinos. Let's go see them. And you see a very orange, with slightly colored scales in the throughout their body. They have a 3-pronged tail. They have a communicator device like what most of you have on your wrist that they are talking into like this from their tail, basically. They're talking into like this, sort of very, very, very influencery. They are very decked out for what you presume is a teenage Slithian. And they slither on in, and they're slithering backwards somehow, but just go with me. And They're just kind of like waddling backwards, just talking to the camera and being like, okay, I know we've all been super curious, and I need to be the first. I need to be the first one to find these people, because if that fucking cat boy finds him before I do, I will lose. Anyways, and he turns around, and what does he see?
I imagine
Monty's aperture is opening and closing this whole time and is just frozen in place. The only thing that's moving is just.
Rowan is going to take their hair and just fully engulf Monty and pick them up and put them on like a backpack underneath it to hide them.
I love it. All right.
That's why I was just like slowly
whoop.
inching into the background of the vlog.
Yeah.
Just every so subtle, and it's just slowly getting closer and closer, and at some point it's just gonna grab over the shoulder at the phone.
He's not holding it. It's the wrist. It's a wristband. So I don't know. Like, if you want to yank it off, you can. But it's like your watch.
Yeah, that I mean, that doesn't really matter to Casper. He's
Okay.
stolen words.
Okay. Do you want to make a roll for it? Because I
Hell
think
yeah.
stealing a wristband is a little bit harder than a phone.
Beep, beep, boop, 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 beep.
Beep boop boop.
So,
All right.
what's
You're,
this? Is
you're
this
very
grit?
good at. You're very skilled at stealing. So I'm just gonna say that it's. We'll do difficulty 8. Just.
And what stat is that?
Oh. That's a good. Flight, I think.
Flight or grit?
Ooh, it's a good question. Flight is usually for like dexterity things, but for like being fast and nimble. But I think I would also take grit if you think that it's better of like sheer force of will of just yanking it off.
Yeah, I'm kind of like, at least for Casper, I'm interpreting grit as kind of like his street smarts and shit like that.
Okay, sure. Okay, we can do grit. I'm fine with that.
I mean, I can do both, whatever you want, but
I don't think the fast. I think it's really just like the street smarts of. I'll go with the street smarts of how to get one of these wristbands off someone fast. I think is a good street smarts thing.
difficulty was 6?
8.
That's an 8. Exactly.
All right. Was it a D8 that you were using, or
No, D10.
okay, cool.
My
I'm just
grid
making
is
sure it
a
doesn't explode.
No.
Cool, sweet. All right. There's a latch on the so in order for like them not to be super easy to steal, because they are Alliance issued and the Alliance doesn't want to issue another one, there is a latch. Instead of like a latch on the outside for easy access, there is a latch on the inside, and you know this, and you quickly like you like slip your finger on through the little latch and pull it off.
Hell yeah. I just kind of like dangle it over them, kind of having the camera just point at the ground at this point.
Hey!
Hi,
Hey!
can I help you?
And they
You lost.
the Slithians are, snakes. And he was trying to be smaller and on like bipedal level, but he kind of rises up above you, and he's a snake, giant snake. And he's like, hey, I'm trying to vlog here.
Just throw it over my shoulder over to Rowan.
Rowan will catch it and just push the mute, like we'll wave we'll like hold it up and wave at the camera, and then we'll push the mute button and just not.
That's my livelihood. My Slitherinos.
Rowan will type into chat, one moment, please, Slitherinos.
And who are you exactly?
My name's Travis. I'm
Rowan dabs with 3 of their hair tentacles.
Trying to be the first people to like someone to interview you after you guys came in through the comment. Do you know how many levels of freaking like Zoom I had to use to see your guys' fucking faces? It was a work of art, I must say. And I did a lot of snooping and I talked to a lot of people. I am very charismatic. They don't have anything to flip, but
You can tell.
I'm very
As that
charismatic.
is-
What?
As that is going on, Buttercup just sort of comes in with like a hoverboard from like a half jump flight, trying to look cool, sort of looking a little bit doofy.
I really love that you are a butterfly that has a hoverboard. I love it so much.
As they just sort of hold still, and then they do this with all of their arms, looking like serious, without any eye movement.
Nice. And people were saying that they saw the comet hit down over here. I have knocked down a lot of other places in the last 30 minutes, and I finally found you.
Yay!
It only took you 30 minutes to find us?
Today. No, today.
To get here.
Okay. We were concerned for a moment.
Yeah, no. I mean, I applaud you for finding us, but let me ask you something.
Okay.
If you were, say, escaping from an Alliance space station, having caused a huge ruckus, what's the number one thing you wouldn't like to do?
You guys were escaping? I didn't know you guys were escaping. Oh, that's such a huge story, and I'm the first one that hears it. Oh my god.
Rowan will be like,
one of the
we would-
hands go up, not escaping, flying back, crashing.
Yeah, we all know
Translator.
you're crashing. A lot of people think you're dead. I did not think so, though. I knew you guys had it under control.
We were not crashing. We were landing.
Somehow.
You were landing.
It was a landing. It was
Thanks.
a landing.
Is this?
Beep boop, beep boop, beep boop, and then they
Rowan's
start
just
picking
like,
up
Rowan
the
will,
from
like-
underneath the
and walk
blanket
away.
with the blanket still over you.
Yeah, just like
Yes.
Monty's head, I imagine, is just like poked around Rowan's shoulder for this through
It's
the
all
hair.
like, hey, we landed.
Rowan will be like, this is our piloting droid?
Cool. You can, without having to roll anything, Travis just wants a story about what you guys were doing. He doesn't really care about like what Monty's whole deal is. He's just like, what are the points that I can do to like be the first one in on this like news story and really boost my viewers? Yeah, right. Like he's not concerned about you.
Like, I think Rowan is going to glance down at the little like chat like scrolling by on Travis's thing and be like, Silly Duckling has started a poll in your chat. They are asking, are you dead?
I'm not dead. Tell him I'm not dead.
Like, Rowan will like take the thing and then like flip it around to show them Travis.
I'm not dead. I'm not dead.
As the camera is showing, Buttercup is just trying to do some flips, and then starts like just typing something in their translator as just some music comes on. That's not what the translator was designed for, but somehow there's music coming from it.
Just beatboxing. Like
It's
the
actually
beatboxing
while you're
translation.
grinding on your hoverboard. Love it.
Like their antenna and wings are twitching sometimes, but it translates to like music.
Nice.
I love it. I absolutely love it. Okay. So, he's like, okay, I'm not dead, my Slytherinos, but I am curious. You were escaping from it, and there are Alliance people after you caused a ruckus on the space station? I didn't even know you. Okay. Also, I didn't know you guys were on the space station, just putting that out there. But now I do. Oh my god, that's so cool. I thought you guys were
Why
like
do you
flying
think
and
we
just dying.
Came like.
We could have gone to
Okay.
the moon, Casper.
I mean, that is true.
Well,
Honestly, put that on the list. We'll for later.
Monty, add the moon to the list.
Bless.
Thank you. I just look. I am on the cusp. I am on the cusp of getting a partner on Twitch.
I think Rowan will slowly hand them back their watch and be like, please leave the microphone off and let us confer.
Yeah. I'm just gonna.
I'm
Huddle
gonna
up.
have him roll. He's the only character that I'm gonna roll for. I'm gonna have him roll a brains check. He just, you know, to see if he just gets any of your guys' like whole what the severity of the situation is.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And I get to use my pointy dice.
Ooh.
My pointy dice.
The ones that sound like fairy bells?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. He rolled a 7, so I'm just gonna say that he uses his tug to put his thing back on, because that's how it works. He doesn't have hands. And he uses his tongue to put the watch back on and just kind of like holds it up like just to his face and not facing your eyes. He's like, okay, look, you guys are cool and I'm cool and I think we can work something out here, because you guys came from a space station and crashed on the planet, and you're running away from the Alliance, which is kind of cool. So,
Right. 2 of those 3 things you cannot mention to anyone. You understand that, right?
which two?
Specifically, like the space station and the Alliance part.
Space station. You're gonna have to make a charm roll.
I will do that. That's
I haven't said a difficulty
13 in
yet.
total.
But 13
13
total?
in total.
Okay, hold on. I did set up a difficulty for this, so hold on. Where's Travis? Travis, where'd you go? There he is. It's 13 total.
Yes.
You did not fail by more than 5, but you did not succeed either. It is a it is 15 plus to convince him to not film you and help you.
You got a 13.
You got a
13, yeah. No adversity tokens left.
I have loyal crew member. When present to help crew, adversity tokens that I use give +2 instead. So I will spend my adversity token.
And we've been the one talking to him.
All right.
Mm-hmm. So I think what Rowan will do, seeing that like Stravis is like maybe not quite convinced.
Yeah, he's like, but like, come on, like that's super cool, and like people are totally gonna like, you're gonna be like the people's heroes of like trying to like.
We see it this way. If we give you the full, uncensored story with all of our details, it will be cool. We acknowledge this, but consider that we won't be able to give you any more cool stories if the Alliance arrests us. So if we leave out certain parts and then you come along with us and film more things that we do, more content for you.
What are you guys gonna do? What else are you guys gonna do?
Buttercup leans in, like having the lower hands parted and the upper hands like this. Like they can't really decide on what to do to that looks cooler.
Right.
Do not
Doesn't it go-
confess to crimes on Twitch.
Rowan will just tap their
Go.
fingers and say like, we would prefer a medium which is not live for your recording in this instance, but we would permit you to come along with us on our next adventure if you do not.
What do you?
I can live with that.
What's your next adventure? What's your
Rowan's
next
just gonna give like a really coy smile and
Buttercup was just humming and like nodding to it, accidentally forgetting to mute the thing as the humming sort of translates to starts translating to like a completely wrong beatboxing as they just immediately take the thing and try to just turn it off. They didn't take it out of music mode. And not they personally invented it.
Well, before the next adventure, we are actually gathering some information. We're about to meet with someone. I guess you could come along to that, if everyone's okay.
Who are you gonna meet? Does this have something to do with why you went to the space station?
Rowan will use two of their like hair tentacles to just like make a little bit sign.
Yeah. Sort of. More with something we learned on the space station, but yes. Oh, and one important rule, if you're gonna film all of this, he, and he points over to Monty, needs to be left out of the footage.
Very important.
Okay. Okay, how about this? I don't live stream what we do, but I film it and we can like figure out what I can like bring to my viewers, because if I hang out with you guys, I'm definitely gonna become partner anytime soon. Like seriously, you guys became a comment. It's gonna be so oh I'm so
We would love that for you.
Look at these.
Hang out with
cool
them
tricks.
for a day and kind of pointing over at Rowan, and you'll be there.
Rowan smiles.
What was Buttercup doing?
They're just saying, look at these cool tricks I can do for you. And then they just sort of go away with their hoverboard and just start doing tricks in the background.
And you know what? Stravitz is gonna take his tail thing and just use you as the backdrop, Buttercup, and address his still live streaming watch. He's gonna go, what's up, Slitherinos? So I did find comet people and we did come to arrangement, but that does mean that because I'm gonna be helping them on their next adventure, that I can't be live streaming. So I'm gonna have to be offline. Sad face. So I'll see you all very, very soon. Stay tuned for the hot takes from Stravis. Bye! Click.
After they're offline, Rowan will be like, you are very good at this.
Thank you! I was born for this. I mean, my parents were not quite, like, super excited about me going to a whole other, like, we're supposed to go to other places, but they're like, why go to the marketplace and not, like, study? And I'm like, studying is for chumps. I'm gonna be famous.
Rowan's just like, Rowan's little grin just widens, and they just say, we understand this.
Yeah, use his tail
You would.
for high five.
While this conversation is happening, just in the background, Casper is using his device and just looking up Stravis on every possible social media just to get a kind of sense of who this person is.
He's the kind of like vlogger that loves like the reason like he's not like super into the like, oh, I'm gonna do like hard-hitting news. The only reason he's like caring about like the news right now and what's hot on the planet is because what you guys did was like a stunt. So he's like that kind of like, look at this sick trick, look at this cool thing that I'm doing, look at this adventure that I'm going on type of person. He's a very adventurous, like
it's
like,
a skater boy lifestyle kind of.
Yeah, skater boy lifestyle mixed with like a what's up gamers type of vibe. Like
Yeah, I got that from like the what's up Slitherinas, like
Thank you. I had a very good time.
living for it. I expect this to be your brand going forward.
No. No.
I'm also assuming like one of those people that has absolutely no idea how to manage their security data on like social medias. So
Oh no.
like figure out where they live in like 10 minutes.
Yeah. If you want to, I will give that to you for free. They can be doxxed so easily, but they're also apparently very good at doxing you. So
yeah.
It goes both ways. But yeah, he lives in like sort of the richer part of like there's a lot of rich parts of the marketplace, but of like richer, he lives in a richer neighborhood. Probably definitely has like parents' money that he was probably supposed to come to like school here and didn't go to, and is making money as an influencer instead.
Definitely gonna have to haggle with that a little bit later, but
I think Rowan, while Stravis is like enthralled by Buttercup's skate tricks, is going to be like, if we do find something of note that the Alliance is covering up, perhaps their platform could be of some use to us?
Possibly.
My credentials are helpful, but in this instance, may fall short.
Okay. So Stravis is now on your team. You have successfully made it so that he will not live stream you. He will still be filming you though. And you're gonna have him, hang out with you. Is there anything you guys want to do before we go and talk to Rainy about that message that you picked up? Is there anything you want to do to like do anything to the patchwork, to yourselves, to like talk to Stravis, or shall we?
No, just Casper's gonna just walk over to Monty and Buttercup and just like double check if everything's repaired and if the cloaking is working again, and if we that we have like a thing that will shut off the cloaking before the thing burns out, so we don't get into that kind of trouble again.
As Casper does that note, I don't think we have that, but would Buttercups be able to do that as the engineer for ship?
Yeah, I would say to figure out like how to make it so the cloaking device turns off. I think that's probably going to be up to thing that you coordinate with Monty on, because Monty has remote access to the ship itself. So you would need to have like figure some sort of like timer out with Monty to turn the cloaking device off. And I will say it is possible you guys have a junkyard, you guys got a whole bunch of stuff off the space station. But as the point of the cloaking device is to get heat very fast, I'm gonna make it kind of a hard difficulty. Because if I just let you have cloaking for free, that's broken. Okay, so working with Monty to get the cloaking device to turn off. It's probably a 16. You need a 16 or better to get the cloaking device to have the heat meter instead of have it turn off once the heat meter gets to 6.
What skill?
Braids.
That's a d20 for me. By the way, my d20, everyone.
Ooh.
Nice.
Ooh.
That is a 20.
You rolled a 20?
Does that explode? No, I don't think. I think
It's the max that you can
It's
get.
the max that you can get, but if you want to roll just to see how higher you got, sure. I'm not gonna
No,
tell you
I
not
want
to
to
roll.
roll. I
Fucking
love my
roll that
lucky dice.
D20.
They did not betray me this time. Like last time. I remember what you did last time.
We all
When-
do.
Also,
Cas-
I think that I didn't go over this before. Chat. Dice explode in this game, so if you roll the highest you can roll, it explodes, and you get an even better. Technically, 20 is the highest you can roll, but you know I like having fun, so let's see what the
I got a
heck
16.
Buttercup can do.
A 16 is the next number I got.
36.
Oh my god. Okay. That's literally, yeah. Okay. I'm just gonna read what it says in the
A
book.
theoretical 36, but a 20.
Theoretical 36. It says in the book, a task in which only the most incredible could even possibly succeed. But if they succeed, it will be one of the most impressive things a creature has ever done. This is nearly guaranteed failure. Good fucking job.
Damn.
So,
I already
Okay.
see that I will roll low the rest of the stream.
you got the cloaking device. You bypassed my mechanic of something else that you could have rolled for to do this, but you did something else. So, there's a reason that the patchwork functions, and it's because Buttercup is so good at what they do. They are the best mechanic on the marketplace, and no one knows except for you guys. They are like, oh, okay, yeah, sure, we can figure out something. And then Monty and Buttercup go into the junkyard. And what do you guys do to make this work? And I will say, since I let you explode just to see how much you succeeded past, because that's like kind of scales what the amazing thing that you can do. So not only do you let it like turn off at 6, you also have been able to implement a mechanic that cools it down over time once it's turned off.
Oh, that's so good.
Oh, that's
That is amazing. Also, I like that Buttercup is truly helping the ship as I imagined them from the beginning.
Yeah. So what do you do? What do you guys do what is the amazing feat of engineering you guys do?
On Monty's end, it's just a reminder that will not shut. It'll invade their vision, so that they won't be like, turn it off, turn it off, turn it off, turn it off. That's on Monty's end. All the other cool stuff, that's all Buttercup.
All right.
Buttercup sort of goes digging into like a trash pile where they had put all the cool things they found and like put trash on top of it to hide it. And then they somehow find like a cooling compartment that they can connect to the cloaking device, so that once it overruns, it overheats, the cloaking device will just start slowly. I need to use my hands here because you can't see them, but you know, so that whenever it's nearly about to overheat, the cooling device turns on and then just cools the ship back down, but also like notifies Monty of shutting the thing down.
Awesome.
Just
Wow.
one thing to add, the cooling vents absolutely need to have RGB lights.
Yeah,
They have
absolutely. No,
RGB lights.
we've got a nice like water cooled rig here. Like
Exactly.
Yeah, I when Casper does come up though, there's a moment where like Monty will be like, "Do you want to know the odds of like likelihood that Travis is going to be our security breach?" It's high. It's high. It's very high.
I gathered as much. He seems not very stable, to say the least.
Rowan will just say the
It's
word
gonna be interesting.
excitable.
Yeah.
Like Monty kind of like their gaze drifts off, and they're like, their community is taking bets on how we will be arrested.
On how we will be arrested.
What What a great shout out to what chat was actually doing. Love it. All right. Buttercup, the new mechanic of your ship, and I'm fully making this up because it's not a thing that Teams in Space tells me how to do. So we're gonna do it. So how the cloaking device that you guys have, you for every it's 5 o'clock for every hour I think that you are having the cloaking device on, you get 2 levels of heat. For every hour that you have the cloaking device on, you get 1 level of heat, and once it gets to 6 levels of heat, it will turn off automatically, and will cool down 1 level of heat every hour that it's sitting there. So if you get back fast, if you get back literally when the cloaking device is at maximum, it will not have cooled down yet, but I guess a machine that's turned off for a while, it just cools down automatically, and you have things to help it, so you've decreased the hours that it takes to heat up and cool, and you've rapidly allowed it to cool down. So there you go.
You can just park it somewhere really good and then turn the cloak off.
Yeah. Nice.
So yeah.
Awesome.
All right.
Kind of
Rowan,
looking at the time, Casper's gonna go well, guys, I think we're just about at the time where we were supposed to meet. So, everybody in?
Rowan nods.
There's definitely as Buttercup climbs out from having done that, they're just sort of vibrating with their wings as they're just trying to keep their translator functional, and you just hear a very robotic yes as it goes over to staticky.
Yeah, I think Rowan will basically lift themselves up off the ground a little bit with their hair, and then pull the window open and just climb in through it into the co-pilot seat.
Yeah.
Monty's grumbling about security breach and getting settled in the pilot chair.
I think once everybody's on board, Rowan will just reach up and start flicking switches with their hair, and close and seal the doors behind everybody.
Yeah. Casper makes sure that Stravis sits right in between him and Buttercup on the back bench.
All right, cool.
I do love that we're fully leaning into this is just a Woodside panel van that we've made space worthy.
Yes.
Buttercup is just
From the 70s.
Putting one of their bigger arms around them.
Yep. They how does a snake sit? A big snake sit in a car? I think mostly there's a lot of just tail everywhere. There's a lot of tail everywhere in this car.
Just no foot room whatsoever.
Travis is just draped around the car,
Yeah, it's just wrapped around the car. No, I think there's just no foot room whatsoever, and where you had that rover before is just all of Travis's body. But yeah, you guys pile into the Patchwork and you head off to the Skyways, and head off to not very far, but to Rainy, who is an Alorian, a lovely pangolin-like woman. They're super cute and adorable, and have got spectacles and fiery rage, and are wonderful. And they run the Emporium of Alorian Ancient Civilizations, which is the perfect person to talk to about what this native Alorian message is, and also what the implications of this deal that Galatech and the Alliance have done with what they found in the ruins. And maybe she'll know something about that. So, you guys fly in over the Emporium, which looks like it is not very big. She always says that she's trying to make it bigger and expand it. She's been running it for about 2 years now. I don't know when you met her, Casper, if it was she first started doing this, or what do you think?
I'm assuming the first time that he went there was shortly after finding Monty and meeting Rowan for the first time, and not bringing them, but like kind of just like asking questions that are kind of, like vaguely pertaining to where he found them and all that.
Cool. All right, I like that. How long ago did you find Monty?
I think we settled on like 2-ish months.
2-ish months.
Right?
All right. So this is a new person, but is super gung ho to help. Super gung ho to help. And it is a small, like most things in the marketplace, they kind of resemble, like, especially on the outskirts, resemble more of like Alorian architecture, where they like are kind of more built out of the like earth around as building materials, rather than like imported metals and things. It's like more of a made out of earth, or like built into like a side of a thing type of vibe, and just kind of hollow it out to make this emporium. But there's like cute little windows, and there's the sign that just says in like different letter, like it's in Alliance Common, because it's for marketing, but there's also a smaller sign in Native Alorian, but it says the Emporium of Alorian Ancient Civilizations, or the EAAC. The EAAC. And do you guys park like right in front of it? Do you go somewhere else? Do you just hover over and rappel down? What do you do?
Or I mean, Monty is the pilot, so
I think is there like a back alley?
Yeah, there's probably a back alley near it. I just described it. It's built into a side of like a hill thing. Probably not behind it.
Is there like an area just off where we could park off, and then just like we could walk real close by?
Sure.
Okay. I'm assuming if it's built like into a wall, then there's probably like a parking spot on top of it where you can like go down through the ground.
Sure. Why not?
Okay, that sounds great.
Hell yeah. There's, it's one of those like parking lots on top of a thing that you go down into the thing that's below it. Why not? She got prime real estate. Somehow. All right. But yeah, you get out of the patchwork. Travis is super excited, has no idea what's going on, and is filming the whole thing. Like, oh my god, how does this ship fly? How did you do this? Oh my god. What is everything about this? Oh my goodness, oh my goodness, oh my goodness, oh my goodness.
Rowan is doing their best to keep them entertained, like as they're doing this. Like, I think probably is like Monty and like Casper and probably Buttercup go to like talk to Rainy the Alorian. Like, I think Rowan will probably keep Travis entertained in the Emporium.
Sounds good. I love it.
During the flight, if they ever ask about the ship, Buttercup is just going to like immediately start talking super tech-savvy without meaning to, as they just explain how they made the ships capable of flying.
I mean, Travis is eating it up. I don't know if Travis knows what you're talking about, but is just really excited that you know what you're talking about, and this is content for sure. For any people that definitely like want to know how to make a junkyard ship, was like, hell yeah, this is great. I don't know what's going on, but I'm sure someone will like this type of vibe.
And now once they upload it, everyone knows how to make a van into a spaceship.
Yeah, once they upload it, people know how to make a van into a spaceship. But I think it still requires skill and patience, and you cornered the market on that, Buttercup, for sure. But you get out of the van, you click it off. Do you do the cloaking device? Do you
I lock it, it chirps. Boop, boop.
All right. Little chirpy van. Sweet. And you go down the little stairs into the Emporium. Sort of, they don't have an elevator. It's not like a very tall building. You just go down the stairs into the Emporium. And you go through the like little, they're kind of like at this point, like in the back, they're like little like saloon doors. because the marketplace is warm. It's fine.
Yeah.
There's little saloon doors, and you enter. Excuse me. Enter in to what looks a very warmly lit little, like, if you've ever been to any like little, like, off this, like, not like a big beautiful museum, but any like little, like, personally curated museum, where, like, it's like, this is a cool thing about this thing that I found, and this is like a thing that I got from like a person that I knew, and stuff like that. It's kind of along that vibe. Like, it's not highly like we've got like motion detector sensors everywhere. It's more of like, here is a place about the history of this planet, made by the people that make this planet home. And so it's filled with like lots of like specifically Alorian like things that they have like, so like who it was donated by, like which family, which like if there is a specific like tribe or people or like nomadic group or whatever, they have that listed too. They like have all of the things for everything. They make sure to like have like, sometimes they have like little pictures of the people that like donated to the museum next to it. It's all about, this whole place is all about celebrating the people of this planet and the 6 other civilizations that lived here beforehand. There's much more like Alorian stuff than 6 other civilization stuff, mainly because it's hard to get the other stuff. But there's like some other like definitely things that were not made by the Alorians and were like ancient tech things that people don't know how to turn on. They're like, this is a cool thing I found. What is it? In an ancient language that no one understands. But the curator tries very hard to know what the fuck is going on with it, and is poring over trying to, like, one of those like people that are like self-taught Egyptologists that just love the like, I just want to know what the fuck these hieroglyphs are about type of, she's that type of person. And she sees you guys enter. She's in her little like the little, there's like a little welcome booth. She's got a little welcome booth, and she's like, "Oh, hello everybody. Hi Casper and friends. Oh, what's going on?"
Hi, Rainy. This is the one I told you about, the Aborian.
Oh,
The one, you know,
This festival is pleased to meet you.
kind of just fast tracking. The cover with which Casper kind of set up this meeting is that he met an Aborian who is very interested in Elorian culture.
Oh, okay.
And just wants to talk about that.
Okay.
So
Yeah.
he kind of just like walks through like the saloon doors backwards as he kind of like ushers everyone in, and kind of just like points at Rowan. And that over there is Rainy. Hi, Rainy.
Rowan introduces themselves, and then we'll say, we know there's another Arborian on this planet, but their pursuits are less academic than ours. Well, ours are not always academic either, but we are curious.
These Arlorians are much shorter than are about Monty sized. They're like Monty sized, and they're tough as hell. Like they're like the pangolin dwarves of space. They are she has little spectacles for reading on. She's got a they don't wear many clothes, so she's pretty much just got like this like little overall dress on, and a little like pocket for like a pen that she has a little pen in. And she is on a higher chair, and she kind of like hops down, and you just see her head behind the desk, and she comes around, and she's like, I am so happy that you are here. It has been so long since, well, I've never met an Arborian, but I've always wanted to. And
There are so few of us.
Yes. I've heard of the Market Blossom, and not for me, but I I'm
Rowan
very,
shakes their head. It is not for us either.
I'm very excited to make your acquaintance. Thank you so much for being here, and all the rest of you.
Oh,
My
yeah.
name.
Full
Ah.
disclosure, this is Travis. He's going to be kind of capturing everything, if that is okay with you, just for our own sake.
Yes, of course that is
Yes.
okay.
Perfect.
If you want to, feel free to peruse, look around.
Oh, we'll get some B-roll later on.
Yeah, non-flash photography is extremely important. If you are going to film, filming is fine, but non-flash photography, we don't want to damage any of the older papers or organic material. That light can really deteriorate any sort of organic material with. That's why it's very dim in here. But and I don't have good cases like I had before, but we will get there eventually. It is so nice to make your acquaintance. Travis, feel free to look around. It is lovely to meet you, fellow scaled person. Love to see it. And what can I do for you? Do you want a tour? Looking specifically at Rowan, because this was the pretense of this talk. Like, do you want a tour? Do you want like sort of like a rundown? What are we looking for here?
Now to be clear, what kind of file do we have that we wanted to show them again?
You had basically a name of a place that was in Native Alorian, and you didn't know what that place was.
Okay. I think like Rowan will be like, we would love to see, or we would love a tour of the Alorian section of the museum. We would love to learn more.
Okay.
And then
It's
like
full disclosure, it's mostly an Alorian museum. I'm still trying to find relics from the various sites that people have taken over. As an independent, it's a little bit harder to find things and people willing to go ruin delving for me. But I'm doing my best.
Rowan makes note of this. Rowan has noticed this. I think like Rowan will kind of like let Rainy like lead her around and like show her some things, and then like if there comes a point where where like Rainy is like explaining something about like Alornian like geography or like old places and stuff like that, then Rowan will I think just kind of like casually bring up the name that or actually not casually. Rowan will just blurt out the name that they've got.
Sure.
Like we were wondering, do you know of a place called this? And then they'll repeat the name. They'll try and like muddle spelling it out or like sounding it out.
Sure. Most of what they have in this museum so far is artifacts and cultural things and firsthand accounts from various different like of the nomadic groups on this specific continent, which the specific continent is mostly desert-like. And she goes on a long speech about like how Alorians are like before the Alliance came were semi-nomadic, and they had would go between different settlements depending on like the weather and the time of year. And there was some settlements where like people were still living there all year round, like the ones in the Scar, and everything about that, and how they mostly have settlements. The reason that you can't quite see the settlements and why a lot of people didn't really realize we were here was that most of the settlements are underground to shelter from the heat, and are baked into already existing structures or rock faces or things like that for heat shelter, which is why I chose this area, because I thought it'd be like a very cool nod to like even have like the whole museum be a relic of how we have our like whole how we do our own architecture type of thing, and just goes off about that and how like the ancient tech across the whole continent is all about like they didn't know what it was, but they still like use any ancient tech or scrap they found, and would make like little, not necessarily shrines, but like places throughout like the deserts and things where people could go and stop and have shelter, and they would give whatever they had to these little like places as sort of a like, hey, thank you for keeping me safe, and also please don't kill me, to like the land around them, because you know, multiple, like they would use a lot of like ancient technologies and stuff for this, because of like, oh, there's like ones before us, maybe don't kill us like that you killed them. Here, have some of their stuff, don't kill us, please. Like,
right. And Rowan this whole time, like the whole time, is just a sponge, like super excited, asking questions.
But yeah, mentions a lot of things. Well, after like talking about like cool cultural stuff, we'll start kind of going into a little bit of a rant about how like well, I don't have a lot of ancient tech because, well, as much as I would love to, the whole dungeon delving, ruin delving thing has been mostly taken over by corporations and things throughout the and if you are an Alorian person, I mean, if you're an Alorian person, we really should be the ones like documenting our, like, I know that we weren't
Rowan
the people
is making
that
sure
died.
that Stravis is getting this.
Yeah, we weren't the people that like died, and we are like the 7th sapient species of this planet, but like this is our home planet, so we should probably be the ones like researching our planet, and like is very, very interested in that aspect of it, and talks a little bit about how the there is even though the Alliance doesn't have a settlement outside of the marketplace, there's been sort of a weird makeshift like camp that's been made on the side of the Scar, that where most of the smuggling like town kind of like goes in and out of, that it kind of took over an Lorian settlement that they've kind of that the Alliance hasn't, but like off-worlders have kind of like taken over as sort of like the town where people rest if they're gonna like go dungeon delving and stuff. So it's, the Alliance like isn't super happy about it, but it's technically still an Alorian settlement, and it's mostly people that are Alorians that live there, but the Alorians like work for the companies that live there type of vibe. So it rides the line really heavily, and she talks about that, and in that you hear the Alorian name that you have been looking for.
Oh.
It is, I wrote it down. It is the Garvor Tam. She says that, and that is the word that you're looking for. And you ask what that means.
Yeah, Rowan would be like, the Garvor Tam. This vessel has heard that before.
Really?
Yes.
Oh, I slipped a little bit into my native tongue. That is what the off-worlders call the Scar. And y'all know what the Scar is. Everyone knows what the Scar is. The Scar is this long, continent-length, like, canyon scar that has been here since anyone can remember. There's, like, things that looks like something just tore through this continent and destroyed everything in its path. And there's a lot of Alorians that call the Gavartam home, and also where a lot of the ruins are. So specific. The biggest one is the Allen Gap ruins. A lot of the off-worlders really like that one, and it's kind of famously it was the home of the Lin Alorian people, and they've opened the ruins to the scholars, but they've kind of taken over a little bit. But I would love sometime to get some things from the Allen Gap ruins, because there is so much delicious tech there
We would
that no one knows what it is, and I want to know.
we would love to do anything we can to accommodate you. The mother tree is also very curious.
Well, I'm not gonna ask you to do that now. You guys got your own things. You're here for information. I mean, maybe one day, but like,
But-
I'm not gonna ask a bunch of kids to go ruin diving for me. That's insane.
Rowan, like, is still just like, yes. Wild. Yes, it would be wild to do that for a bunch of children, youths of various assembled species to visit.
Teens, you could say.
Yes. To visit a potentially dangerous site of technological ruins. Yes, of course. It would be dangerous to do such a thing.
While Monty's like kind of wandering around, are there any exhibits that like resemble anything on their person?
Do you want to make a brains roll for me?
Sure.
All right. I'm going to say that the brains roll is. We'll just do you know what you look like. I'll just say difficulty 8.
Okay, I got a D12 in brains, so this should be interesting. I got a 10 plus 2, so I got 12.
Amazing.
All right.
You don't see many things that look specifically like you, but you do see a few things. Nothing that like resembles you specifically, but you do see things that are made out of the same metals as you. Like these, there is sort of like a very small, lightweight, like one of those like construction robot arms. There's like a very small, like lightweight construction robot arm. That was, it basically says like it was found near the Allen Gap ruins, donated by the Lynn people, and sort of something like that. And another thing you see is a makeshift tea kettle that was built together out of the metals. Was not specifically like, it's obviously that this was scavenged metal made together into a tea kettle, and this was made by the Lynn people. And we're basically just like, here's an old tea kettle. Do you think this is anything? We made it out of metal that we found in the ruins type of vibe. And so you see some very lightweight metals that resemble your chassis.
I just in my head, I imagine Monty's looking at that big, like heavy mech arm, and then looks down at their scrawny arm, and looks up at and then just keeps moving.
It's not huge. It's like a table lamp level of arm. It's very small for them. It's like for fine detailing type of thing. If we were to think about it, like in as humans, what we would use for fine detailing in a factory.
Ah,
Yeah.
Type of thing.
Monty makes a note.
Casper is just gonna like out of the corner of his eye while he's listening to Ron and Rennie have their fascinating conversation. Is just gonna kind of like keep an eye on Monty and Buttercup just as they walk through the room. As he sees Monty checking out stuff, he will kind of just disconnect from the conversation and walk over and kind of just catch up to Monty and just say to him, "So, found anything?"
I'm sorry. Was that at Monty or was that at Buttercup?
Yeah, at Monty.
I'm sorry, I missed.
This is gonna kind of like walks over to you and catches up to you and just gonna kind of like get into like the peripheral and just say, "Found anything?"
I believe I have found a acceptable arm replacement if the need ever arises. And also, there's a teacup labeled over there, and I'm pretty sure that is a waste pump.
Oh. Interesting. Useful. Pretty.
Yeah.
Hey,
What's
Monty,
a teacup or a teapot?
Well, it's something we normal people, well, bad use of language. We organics use to store liquids in order to heat them up and prepare them with spices or other things to give them flavor.
A pre-waste pump.
I mean, technically. Hey, Monty, would you feel comfortable talking to that woman? I think of all the people on this planet, she might be the one that can actually help you figure out where you come from. But I don't want to introduce you without, your consent.
Monty kind of does that thing where like it's very reminiscent of like a dog that you swear understands every word you said. Just kind of like they're processing, and then that would be acceptable. We will be able to speak to them.
Casper nods and just kind of like, we'll stand there with Monty and walk with him through the room and look
Do
for
you
like
have
a
convert?
pause.
Sorry, go ahead.
We'll look for like a pause or like a comma or any point to interject in the conversation between Rowan and Rainy, which might take a while.
Yeah, you probably went off after out right before Rainy starts like talking shit about the politics of ruin delving.
Yeah.
And
Rowan at some point asks which corporation is responsible for like heading the ruin diving like stuff that's going on there.
I mean, this isn't a surprise to anyone, but of course it's Galatech. I can't believe I worked for them for so long, and I really thought that I could like work in their museum and like, really bring my ideas. Corporations are corporations.
They have
Corporations
a
be
museum.
cooperating.
I mean, I used to work before starting the Emporium. I used to work at their museum of the Galactic Historical Institute. That was hard to say for some reason. The Galactic Historical Institute. It's the premier museum on this planet. It's connected to their university that they sponsor. They have they've been trying recently to get like the sort of like get an Alorian and like not Alorian but Alornian, like the planet's history exhibit going for a while. But they haven't got it off ground for some reason to do with the Alliance or something, some deal they made or whatever. And
this free person who does not know what capitalism is like going to ask a genuine question here, which is, why don't they just give them to you and give you money for your museum?
They don't want to help an employee that quit and started their own like it's not competition really, like look at my space and look at their, but like competition, they
it's not a competition. Your space is clearly better than theirs.
Casper, this is why I love you. Thank you.
This vessel has only been here once, but this vessel would agree.
Thank you. I mean, they have pretty good exhibit, like if you want to like know things about other species, specifically the Alliance races, like they've got a Terran technologies exhibit. They've got like they've got the everything about Slithians and what like Slithian people have like donated, and they've got some like really good like exhibits of the core races. But
speaking of Slithians, Stravis, I think this is a good moment for us to get the B-roll footage. Rainy, real quick, what I'm about to tell you cannot leave this room, okay? I have brought someone
Okay.
who would like to talk to you.
All right.
This is a huge deal. If you're not comfortable with this at any point, we will leave. Okay?
Okay.
Good. Monty? This kind of like waves over to Monty, who's standing, probably still looking at the exhibit. Can I introduce you to Rainy? And then he'll just go into the background and make sure that Stravis is only taking B-roll footage and not recording any of what is said.
Okay.
Buttercup
you know what? Just for
actually,
fun- Oh, what's he doing, Buttercup?
Buttercup actually makes sure that that the lovely snake is like Buttercup goes around and like points out the things that they know about whatever machinery they see,
Okay.
completely excited in order to just gain their attention after
Okay.
they see that what Casper's up to.
Which one of you wants to make a charm roll? The difficulty's not going to be high, but you know, just for flavor, just in case.
Not Buttercup.
Charm roll to keep Stravis occupied? Sure,
Yeah.
I'll do that.
All right, that will be. I have planned for this. A plus. Let's do a let's do a 7+. He's on board with what Rowan promised earlier.
Alright. 7+ on a d20 with a +1. Let's go. That is a 10 total.
All right. You are very good at keeping Stravis occupied.
Yes.
You as a human, and anyone, you know this type of person. Like this is this type of person was categorized and for like
I
hundreds
feel like
of years of history of this type of person.
I feel like 2 years, maybe 3 years ago, Casper was this type of person.
I love it. All right, sounds good.
Good.
Great. You know exactly how to keep them occupied.
Yeah.
While Monty and Rowan talk to Rainy. So Rainy is like, okay, hello, Monty.
Monty will stick their arm up. Well, not up because they're about the same height.
They're about the same. They're very close. They're very
we'll
close
stick-
in height.
Rowan,
Stick
for
their
once
hand-
in her life, is towering over like multiple people.
As a
And they're like-
Buttercup, and that's really bit new.
Mm-hmm.
And Monty will be like, I have been told organics like to shake extremities upon meeting.
Some organics do. Yes. Thank you very much. You are a
M0 in T1, or as my friends like to call me, I am Monty.
Monty. It is lovely to meet you. Do you insensitive question. What are you?
I'm Monty.
Fair. All right.
Would Rowan have the terminology for this?
Do you want to make a roll just to see
Yeah, I can
if
make a
you
roll.
can access your data banks?
Yeah, like Rowan does not know the answer to this, but Rowan would like to see if they can manage to like check in with the previous 2 centuries of Arborians that they have running around in their head.
Okay.
What kind of roll am I making here?
I will say this will be pretty. I don't want to say like it's pretty high because you've been around Monty, but also, I think if you want to know like specifics of like how to best describe what Editor John knows about Monty, and I will say this will be pretty high, mainly because again, out of context and out of meta, AI have really only been on the rise in the last 10 years. So, pretty high if Rowan knows other than outside of Rowan's own experience.
Yeah, I think would Rowan know what to call Monty?
I will say if it's just what to call Monty, I'll say that is a 13 plus.
13 plus.
Accurately describe Monty.
Brains here.
Brains.
Okay, I'm going
You
to.
guys are doing a lot of brain rolls.
I will have to explode. That is a 7 total, which is not enough.
Rowan knows what Rowan knows about Monty, which is that Monty is friend. Monty is not artificial, and resembles biological life in terms of like personality and a bit like cognitive ability, and all of that. Like, Monty is a person.
Yeah, like Monty says, "I am Monty," and like Rowan will back that up. I think Rowan will just say, "Monty, this vessel has seen Monty to be, creative, innovative, not unlike this vessel."
That is high praise.
Hold on. Rainy is dealing with a mouse. Okay.
We have a pet intervention.
We have been blessed by Ash.
Hello. Okay. Rainy says, okay. Very cool and very insightful. I've seen a lot of of droids and artificial people around, but are you saying that Monty yourself is able to adapt to scenarios that you weren't designated for?
Did I turn that off?
No, it's still on.
No, it's still on.
Okay. This Monty has no specific designation.
Monty is Monty.
All right. Well, I have not seen this before, but I live on a planet with possible 6 other sapient life forms, so it's not a surprise. Cool. Sweet. Okay, what do you have to ask me? I have a million questions, but I feel like if you have something you'd like to ask me, ask away. I don't know a lot about programming, but I do know a lot about technology in historically.
We would like to know your favorite color.
Aww. The favorite color. I think my favorite color is blue, because I don't see a lot of it around. And, well, it's one of the colors that is the color of the sky, and it is the color of water, but it is also a color that is very frequently used by off-worlders, and I didn't get to see it very often until now, and it's very beautiful.
Uh-oh, how could your camera?
I think at that moment, Monty's eyes will, the LEDs in them will switch from that pink that it's always been to like an approximation of sky blue.
Oh. Thank you. You are lovely. this does remind, if you let me know if you have any other questions, but as a curator and museum person, I tend to go off on things that I know. So if you want to end my rants whenever you'd like, just tell me the word and I will answer whatever questions. But a reason why this is not a huge surprise to me is because this reminds me of something that I heard not too long ago, and is very reminds me of something I've heard not too long ago. And well, since Casper has made it very clear that this is very important to keep on the down low, I thought I might as well share what I need to keep on the down low as sort of, I'll let you in on like a fun employee NDA from Galatech.
Rowan's eyes just widen, like, not just knowledge, but secret knowledge.
Secret knowledge.
This is the moment where Casper rejoins the conversation.
That might be helpful for you, Monty. Not long ago, and possibly the reason why, one of the reasons why I left Galatech was that I had overheard, well, this is a big thing, but I had overheard from my employers that they were trading some things that they had gotten from that were originally supposed to go to the museum, not my museum, the big one, the Galactic History Institute. They were originally supposed to go there, and the Alliance basically sort of asked to, or paid, I don't know exactly how it worked. I don't know what the deal was. It was just a rumor that I heard that the Alliance took some things from a shipment or dig about like 7 years or something ago for some sort of artificial intelligence program that they were planning on creating. So it's not necessarily, if you are not an Alliance model, as we've, everyone's noticed that there's been some artificial new models coming out in the last few years, but you do not look, you look kind of like, but not fully like those models. So I'm assuming you're not Alliance related, but you might want to know that the Alliance has been trying to figure out artificial, adaptable life things recently.
I think
We have what's
Monty-
called fashion.
True.
Yes.
I think Monty isn't necessarily a new model per se.
All right.
We kind of found them here. Well, not here, but like here on this planet. Not too far from the marketplace.
You were found on this planet?
We found him in the desert.
In the desert?
Yeah.
How far away?
Couple of days.
Couple of days. Well, that's not very far.
Rowan will, like, if they can, kind of, because they're like the ship's co-pilot, Rowan will pull up, like, the navigational data from the patchwork,
Okay.
on her watch and just, and show it to Rainey.
Well, that's not too far. That's not too far from the marketplace itself and the scar either. The scar is large, so it's not hard to be far from the scar. But
Yeah.
it's not far from the Allen Gap ruins either. It's not the Allen Gap ruins, I must say, just in case you guys were wondering. The Allen Gap ruins are in the scar. They were basically like cut in half by whatever the scar is, or was.
Sorry, go ahead.
The Allen Gap ruins were cut in half by whatever created the scar. But this is close by. Did you find them out? Underground? Anything?
Half covered in sand out in the desert.
Our first memory is waking up in a hole in the ground.
Yeah.
Interesting.
We dug them
I
out.
think we crawled
Got an
out
eye.
and then walked, and then were found Casper.
So you crawled out of a place, and then walked, and then deactivated and were found, or fell asleep, and then were found. Interesting. Okay. Do you have any memory of what it looked like, where you were from, where you crawled out of?
Okay. I'll let you describe where Monty was found, but from my memory, I kind of described it as like an old lab kind of thing. But but you know more about it because I left it very vague.
You left it. You did leave it very vague. I was just wondering if you wanted to add on anything. Yeah. What you were found, where you were, was in a lab. When you woke up, it was after some sort of like weather event. You think, you're not entirely sure, but you woke. There was like a lot of equipment around. You can remember there was like flashing, like there wasn't like any lights in the place, but you were just kind of wandering around. You don't really remember much of anything. There's a lot of like gaps. It's kind of like in like a movie, you're kind of like, you like remember a scene, and then you remember a scene in a different place, and then you remember a scene in a different place, and you were just kind of getting out. But the thing you definitely remember, because it was very special to you, was coming out and seeing these dancing lights in the sky, and clouds and water. And remember seeing that and walking in the rain for a while. Not that you knew it was rain at the time. And eventually deactivating and woken up by these people. And you relay that to Rainey, and Rainey says, well, that doesn't sound like a ruin that anyone has found yet. I mean, if you guys eventually go find that and go back to it, you would... First of all, you would have first claim to that ruin. Secondly, no one else would have touched it. Unless someone has found it recently. Since you've been out and about, Monty. But that's huge for a whole different reason.
Monty, do your memories have dates?
Do they? Like, and would the dates correspond to any like current actual date, or would that be like ancient programming? So like the
Maybe,
dates
like,
would not
format.
correspond with like the actual any like they'd be like,
if you're trying to find dates for like those like snippets, those are much like your memories are corrupted at the time, which is, I'm sure you guys have probably thought about this before and was like, we could go back and find it, but has been corrupted with like the presumably wild electronic storm that woke Monty up in the first place. So those dates aren't, and past that, you don't have any other memories that have any dates. So you're brand new, but old. Old, but brand new.
I imagine that at some point Monty began modifying their own code to like incorporate like the actual date into their memories so that it's more accurate. But
yeah,
like that early stuff is just like, oh, there's some cold timestamp, but the only relevance to that is inside Monty's head, and we can't figure out what that means.
Yeah, exactly. So
Cool.
from that, Rainey says, okay, so if I'm getting this correct, you're an adaptable artificial intelligence from an ancient civilization, from this planet, and the Alliance is also doing something about adaptable artificial intelligence right now, from a thing that they got from this planet. Am I following?
That's
you pulled
pretty much
together?
sums it up, yes.
Okay. God, now I wish I would have been able to get my hands on what was in that museum.
In a museum? The Galactic Museum.
The Galactic Historical Institute that I used to work at, yes. 7 years ago, they didn't have the, because of what deal they made with the Alliance, they were super gung-ho, look, we got this really cool, we found this really cool room in the Allen Gap ruins and got a whole bunch of stuff. They finally opened up a door or something in the ruins and found a whole bunch of stuff. And but they were working on a job for the Alliance, and so any technical things that they had, any tech that they found was given to the Alliance, and the Alliance kind of put Galatech and the museum and all of the employees, but I'm not an employee anymore, under sort of a non-disclosure agreement of you can't make this a thing yet, or do you can maybe get some research on it, but at the time and still now, not a lot of people can read the ancient language from the Allen Gap ruins. There's some that can make out symbols and letters, but we don't really know what they say. And so the Alliance kind of took all of the instructions that didn't have any language on it and just the tech pieces, and left more cultural artifacts and language to the museum to do research on, but as far as I know, they haven't done a lot with it yet. So it's probably just that original shipment is probably just in some storage room in the museum or something.
If you had it,
and
could you?
I was not on the team, so I don't know anything else.
I think Rowan will just say, if you had it, could you help us?
If I had it?
Yeah.
For reading? I mean, I pride myself on being the foremost expert on that language, but I don't know a lot, and if I had it, I would be, if I had it, and they didn't, if you stole it for me, type of vibe, is that what we're picking up and putting down right now?
I mean,
this vessel did not say that.
Look, if you're good,
You wouldn't happen to have the serial number for that crate, would you?
Or do you maybe remember what the part looked like? Because I've seen your sketches on Facebook, and they're fantastic, by the way, and you should absolutely hang some of those in here, because they would super complement your whole collection you got going on here. But if you gave us a technical sketch or anything, then I don't know, we could,
I could probably do some sort of sketch of what I remember it looking like, but I haven't worked at the museum. I haven't worked at the museum for 2 years. I don't know if they've moved it. I don't know if they've changed anything. I'm not endorsing theft. However, theoretically, if I had pictures or something along the lines of language or just records of the artifacts, that would be very useful to me. However, if I was ever caught having stolen things from a company that I used to work for, that would not be good for me. Throwing that out there.
But if someone were to, get you to look over those things and then take these things with them again, that would not necessarily be a problem for you, right? You'd have plausible deniability. You didn't know what you were looking at.
Rowan is going.
Nothing's in your possession.
Rowan's gonna go warm the ship up.
Monty starts the ship.
I'm just saying this might be our only real clue to finding this guy's home,
We would like to help our friend. And we would like to help you.
can you make a charm roll for me?
I absolutely can.
Either Casper or Rowan, whichever one you want to do. Make a charm roll for me.
I have a
This is to see just how on, like, currently she's like, I love the plausible deniability. I really can't be caught by the Alliance or my old company with this type of thing, because that's bad. So to be on board with this plan of what you are hoping to do, I would like a difficulty 10 or higher roll for her to be like, she's not gonna like shut you down if you fail regularly or if you fail a whole bunch, but like she's not gonna be like, okay, yeah, I'll totally look at it, whatever you bring, like, so.
Okay.
Yeah.
Casper, do you have a D20 or?
I have a D20, but I don't have any adversity tokens right now. I think you have one from a roll.
I do have an 18
not
from
right.
that failed roll earlier, so I've got a D12
Yeah.
plus 2. That's not bad. We'll give that a whirl.
Okay.
Well, Monty will be like, more data is required.
Okay. That is a. You said how much did I need?
10 or higher.
10. That's a 9 plus 1. 10.
All right, you just succeeded, which means that she's like, I don't know anything about this. I haven't heard this at all. You came in specifically to talk about Alorian culture, and I know nothing of this.
We did, and that is all we have video evidence of. And like, like we will indicate Thravis at this point.
By the way,
With
how does
Buttercup,
Travis look right
talking
now?
about technologies that Buttercup recognizes.
Stravis is Stravis is getting a little bored at this point. But not like, he was very gung ho for like, oh, this is cool, and oh, like a hole in the wall museum. That's weird. But now it's kind of like, this place is only so big. Type of vibe. So, like a toddler that's been waiting for their parents to finish a conversation is like, let's go.
Yeah. All right. So, Rainy.
Sorry if that was really loud.
Oh no, you're good.
So yeah, Rain is like, I don't know anything. I don't know anything. I probably, I'll do a sketch of what it looked like, and that's all I will give you. That's all I will give you.
This vessel would appreciate it for the Mother Tree's artistic records.
Okay. I like you. And
This vessel likes you too.
and we'll sketch out a thing. Well, we'll sketch out what the museum looks like. And a sort of like not necessarily like, here's how to get in, but basically just sort of a little like vibe of like, I did a little sketch.
Sconge.
Don't read the handwriting, but it's got a little top like this, and like it's a weird geometric shape, and it's like that, and so it's like, and then all of the archives are down below. There's a little like conservatory dome up here, and then there is she makes like, well, technically this adds in, and so she adds a little like loading dock right there for you. So gives you sort of a visual lay of the land of what you're looking for, the specific building you're trying to get to, and will sketch out, kind of hard to like make it sort of like a thing where you're like, okay, this is sort of generic, but it's a large like shipping crate that just says Allen Gap Ruins on it, and she it's like, she just Allen Gap Ruins, she doesn't know the serial number, and like it's a shipping crate. She also draws like a half broken like sign, a larger machine arm like the one that Monty found in the museum, and what else? And a a thing that looks like an old thermos that has like a temperature gauge on it. This is the stuff that I saw at a glance as just a general curator. I don't know anything else, and I don't know anything about this.
No, of course not. We came to visit your exhibit on local history, and we learned very much about it.
Yes. Good. 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 Looks at all of the kids. Looks at all of you. Like, now you are talking to an adult. Good. That is what you heard. Like, an aunt that's like, I definitely did something bad, and you're not going to tell mom about this? Like...
Yeah. Rowan will be like, we will, of course, do nothing impulsive with this information. We have the restraint of many within us.
I really like you. But get out, get out, get out, get out. I can't keep having you here.
Rowan will turn and leave, but like as they're turning to go, they're like, this vessel would like to give you a hug.
Of course!
Yeah, and Rowan will like get down on her knees and then just fucking fully engulf Rainy with like arms and hair.
Yeah, like, Rainy gives another good hug of just like, the thing about Elorians is they are very mild-mannered, but boy are they buff. And
good.
She gives you like this, like a bark creaking hug.
Aww. As soon as they are out of the building, Rowan will turn to the assembled group and say, "We have theoretically the restraint of many, but it was switched off for this vessel."
As we're
Theoretically.
as we're walking out, I will also like go over to Stravis and just kind of nudge him over to the tip jar, like just kind of like, you got a lot of free content here. It's the least you can do.
Fine. And we'll like, I don't know where, like we'll just, there's like a tip jar of like if you have but like it's more of like, you know, the thing now where people can pay with your phone and you just scan your phone. That's basically what it is. He just puts it up to like the little like kiosk. Uses his like one of his little tails to like punch in a number. And then we'll sulk out.
After they're out of the building, Rowan will say, "We hope you got a lot of good footage, but we would also like to assure you, since you seem bored, that we will probably be stealing something soon."
What? Oh, this is what you guys had me going for a second. I was like, your adventure is a museum, but okay. Stealing something, I can get down for that.
Rowan said, completely seriously, museums are an adventure.
Goes over his head.
Sure.
Okay, sure.
I love my little tree people.
And we'll you guys pile into the patchwork and head off to what will be a heist at the Galatech's own Galactic Historical Institute. And before we get into that, I think that's a good moment to take a break. Everybody, congratulations!
Woo!
Lore!
I am so excited for the heist, but also all of the delicious lore has been so good.
Yes.
I made an NPC specifically for lore.
You would.
I did. Look.
You're currently muted, right?
Huh? What'd you say, Hawkins? Sorry, I was talking.
You're currently in break, right? Sorry.
Not yet.
No,
We're
we haven't gotten a break yet, but
to be.
I'll let you know when we're off.
But yes, thank you all so much for hanging out. Make sure to stick around. We'll be right back for a museum heist. So if you need to go take care of yourself, take your meds, drink some water, go de-water, re-water, get a snack, whatever you need to do. We'll see you all in like 10 minutes. Don't go anywhere. All right, everybody. We are back. I hope you all rested and relaxed and did whatever you needed to take care of yourself. Thank you all so much for being here and sticking around. But without further ado, let's get back into the game.
Woo.
Okay. Woo! Heist. Oh, hi Ash, welcome back.
As we just sort of fly past a cat on the street.
You fly past the cat on the street. Not an Azrak, an actual cat.
Notable difference.
Notable difference. You fly towards the museum. You all know where this museum is. It's the biggest, like, galactic historical museum on this planet, and pretty much anywhere, really. The Galatech is a lot of things. But they have done, honestly, a pretty good job of curating a place of learning on a planet where most species come to do trade. To, like, hey, in case you want to learn about the people you're trading with, learn about it here. So, you know, that's cool. But, you know, all the other stuff we learned the first half about them too. But you know where this is. It's like a big one. You might have been here on, like, if you grew up here, Casper, you might have been here on a field trip once. It's you know, it's the museum. It's also connected to the university here. That Stravis is being like, okay, well, we can't really, is being like, if we're going to go to this museum, we can't go to campus, because, just in case someone recognizes me, because I'm not supposed to be skipping all of my classes.
Rowan, like, is horrified at the notion of someone skipping class.
Yeah. Just out of curiosity, what exactly are you studying?
My family wants me to study, I mean, they want me to study a lot of things. They want me to find myself, but me finding myself is, like, not how they want me to find myself, obviously. But they want me to, like, they want me to figure out and, like, learn about technologies and stuff. My parents are ship designers. They want me to learn that stuff, but that's not my calling. It's not my calling. And as much as
You don't seem like an engineer.
No. No, it has never been my strong suit.
Definitely not an engineer.
All of my other siblings and other family member, like, a lot of them are engineers. A lot of them fall in the footsteps. It's fine if I'm not. I don't need to build Slithian ships. That's not needed. What is needed is more Slithian media personnel. That's what's needed.
4 thumbs up from the bug.
Also, Monty's eyes went back to their normal color.
Awesome. Okay. Cute. Oh, I forgot that you did that. It was very sweet. Anyways, yeah. So, learn a little bit something about Travis. And maybe he shouldn't be seen on campus. But
Probably not.
Probably not.
I mean, like, how important is it to you that you keep studying there? I mean, this seems to be running well enough.
It's more, I just don't want, like, someone who knows me to, like, ask my teachers about me and then have my teachers, like, tell my parents.
Can I pull up his channel's metrics?
Sure.
Okay. I'm just gonna start studying that.
Okay.
Also, on the way there, at some point, Casper will just go through, like, all of the, like, social media security shit with him, just to to, like, dude,
Like,
if you don't want to get tracked, then
Oh, Okay.
Yeah, and
okay.
they get all of your data if you don't check that. Like, it's real fucked up. It's real fucked up. Someone should do something about that.
Rowan's currently got,
Monty
like,
explains his digital footprint and how like you can just see everything. You're like, oh, see, you're over here this day, and then you're over here, and then you're over here. These are the sites you frequent. These are the sites you frequent on your private browser.
Yeah. And at some point, Casper will just say, like, for the right price, it could also like help you modify your just show him his broken communicator.
Huh.
I really should be running Linux on that, honestly.
Yeah, basically.
Superior operating
It takes a little bit of time to learn, but it's so much more modular than... Anyway. Rowan, the whole ride over, just like has their hand out the window and is doing that thing where like you just angle your hand and then your arm gets carried up by the breeze and then like you...
Yeah, and you ride the wind.
Mm-hmm.
I love it. Travis seems interested and also surprised about all of these things you are telling him. Obviously not knowing anything about tech. Why? It's probably a good thing that he's not actually trying to study. He knows his limits. He knows his limits, and is very surprised and will maybe eventually take you up on that. If you really want to scam him, that'll require a roll. But
I'm not trying to scam him. I'm legitimately offering here. Like,
yeah, you're legitimately offering because you know he has money.
yeah. I mean, it's not a scam if I'm actually giving him something in return.
It's not a scam, but it is a very like you found an opportunity.
If
you want to go in, if you
Yeah.
want to get into
Casper
that,
refers to these types of relationships as mutually beneficial.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
It's a sales pitch, if you will.
Maybe eventually if that comes up, I'll make you roll for it. But for now, for the sake of brevity and for Bree, who also doesn't know anything about this, we're gonna move on. I appreciate your tenacity. What do you guys do for prepping for this heist that you guys have decided you're going to go on? What is there anything like you're trying to look for?
Prep?
Are you hovering
I'm sorry,
around?
prep?
Prep? Are you gonna prep for anything? Or are you gonna go in? Do you have any?
Like,
Look at us.
Like Rowan fully when they got in the car just charted the route to the museum and then swiped it over to Monty. Like,
okay.
See, Monty should be like layout, routes, security routes, but instead they're analyzing this Scythian's channels data.
Okay.
Rowan on the way over is just like Buttercup, you said that you fixed the cloaking device, right?
Buttercup nods and just excitedly like turns on like the RGB lights on it and then changes them. It looks really cool.
That does look really cool. What colors do you change them? What are the colors of the RGB lights? I know RGB, but
They go from like red over to like a pink, similar to the wings of Buttercup, as they sort of morph to a blue.
aww, pretty.
Nice.
Pretty. Rowan will say, this vessel has an idea. This vessel has several. This vessel has many ideas. Centuries worth, in fact. But for these purposes, we could use the ship's cloaking device to park out back, and we happen to know a vlogger who could vlog from the inside of the museum, so that we could see where things are, and then when it closes in a few hours, we could simply leave our cloaked vessel and walk in where we need.
Yeah. Take a tour of the museum, document everything, make a plan, and then come back when it's dark. Sounds good.
This
We're
is a
totally
good plan.
starting off the snake on their career to become a professional thief.
Apparently.
I think Ronald will come over like, Travis, do you have another museum tour in you today?
Do we get to steal stuff after?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, fine. I mean, some people find it interesting, but I like film like feats of daring and adventure and
Stravis, what if do you do any physical stunts?
yeah, I do. Why?
What manner of physical stunts do you do?
Well, I mean, if I get up a lot of energy, I can like wiggle from like in the air between buildings. Like that's a thing that not a lot of people can see. I'm also pretty good at climbing things vertically. I'm also pretty good at weaving through things. I'm bendy.
We have heard of this. It is called parkour.
Yeah, yes. Oh man, you people with legs, your parkour is so lame.
We have a better idea. We think that it would be best, given what Monty has told us about your channel metrics, if your museum tour was a parkour museum tour.
I mean, that would definitely get more views for sure.
Okay, at this point, have I crunched the data? Do you want me to do a roll?
Yeah, if you want to do a roll, go for it. Do a brains roll. What are you looking for in his metrics specifically?
Just like channel growth. Hey, look, like on this day you did this. This really grew your channel, and then you didn't do it again, and then it kind of, like all that
Okay.
that
Like,
stuff. Like
his,
I don't.
like,
Yeah.
his like viewer graph.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Just
Okay.
like keep it up. It's designed to encourage them
Okay.
and make them feel like, yeah, you should be doing this instead of learning about tech. You should keep doing this. Here's why, and then use the metrics as a thing.
Okay, sweet. Do a brains roll. This will be pretty easy since we've already established that his everything is hackable. Let's do brains roll of 7.
It would be awesome if this exploded. It almost did. I got a 10 plus 2. That's a 12.
Nice.
All right, that is 5 better. You know a lot about his content. You are a artificial life. You can crunch data like nobody. You see in his graph that like he started out like how a lot of like smaller in this day and age YouTubers or Twitch people or whatever with just kind of like being like, I'm gonna do this thing, and then viewing and like the videos of like him doing stunts and things and him videoing other people doing stunts, and over time he got more and more like outrageous, and that his viewership honestly has like steadily grown over time because who doesn't love watching people do stunts? Like it's fucking cool. He a while ago when he first moved to the marketplace, you see that he he didn't upload as much because he was doing school like his parents wanted, and his viewership was going down because he just wasn't uploading and updating as much, and people kind of like forgot about his channel. And knowing what you know about him, you probably could tell that like that scared him, and so he kind of fully disregarded school and went full into his channel, and has been like doing parkour and like other like I'm a cool Slithian on the marketplace. I'm doing cool things, and you don't usually see this. And like he like will like scale skyscrapers and buildings and stuff like that. A lot of people think that it's fake. He doesn't scale like the tallest skyscrapers, just because he cares about personal safety at some point. But he's honestly, it's a pretty steady. Like it dropped for a little bit when he first moved to the marketplace, and it's been growing steadily. And then today, or the last 4 days since the comet, and he vowed to find you guys, it's been very huge.
Mm-hmm.
It's been so. He's on a hot streak right now, and is honestly risking a lot going along with what you're doing and not fully outing you guys for his own.
So Monty, the bastion of charisma, goes pep talk, and then just goes into like the minutia of numbers, but then gets lost in the weeds of the numbers. But then says, like, this would be the actual advice, and then I guess I'll chew a charm roll to see if this sets in.
Okay.
Like, the only time you had a real dip, just solely looking at content, not because you weren't like life had caused you to stop streaming, was when you punched down with one of your pranks, and like Monty will pull up that footage, and it's like and no one really enjoyed it. Look, see, and then pulls up the chat log and be like, but that was it. Otherwise, if your pranks are like fun and lighthearted and or punching up, I think that's the term Casper taught us, punching up. And then they look at Casper.
Yep.
He's like, then they like it.
And just think about it.
You should parkour through the museum loudly as well.
Think
Do
about
not get caught.
Think about what?
Think about it. You visited a museum earlier today, and she was very clear about the fact that her museum had sort of been, poached upon by this one. So that would be good for your content.
They deserve it, honestly.
It could be, if we go back and do some like, I know we did B-roll there or whatever, and that's fine. But if we like are planning on parkouring in this museum, we could go back and like, I don't know how to parkour in that small of a space, but we could do something in that small of a space, and then we could do a versus.
Rowan says, we would not advise parkouring in the smaller space, just the larger one.
Yeah, it seems dangerous.
But if what you're trying to say is that we don't want to punch down, I gotta parkour in both places and make it seem cooler to parkour in the smaller space if we don't want to punch down, because people are gonna automatically think it's cooler to parkour in this museum if we're gonna do a versus.
But how about you parkour outside the place as a way to draw attention to the place and how awesome the place is for parkouring and or educational purposes?
I mean, people don't really care about educational purposes, but
Says you.
Debatable chat log.
Rowan again just like leans over to Monty or leans over to Casper and says, "Is this universally true?"
At this point, Buttercup leans in as you just see them fumble a bit with their translator actually putting it to language mode, and they say, could convince parents of study.
Being at the museum would mean...
I want... Okay. To get Stravis to parkour in this museum for the sole purpose of sticking to his parents, someone's got to do a
to
charm.
distract all of security.
No, yes, 100%.
Yeah.
100%. But that's a very good point, Buttercup, and I do appreciate that. I know your charm isn't great, which is why I will say, who wants to make a charm roll? And the difficulty, usually to convince Travis to do something that is for your interest and not his specific interest, is 15. But since Buttercup made a point, it'll be less than that, so it'll be 13. Who wants to make a charm roll?
Can I make an argument for using brains instead of charm because I used his metrics?
Your
I would
metrics,
love to use
your metrics
brains.
helped.
I
Your
think it's
I will
gonna
say
be.
your metrics helped, but it
I
didn't.
think it's gonna be Rowan, right?
I think it's
gotta
gonna be
Rowan or
Rowan.
Casper.
Gotta be Rowan or
Rowan,
Casper.
yeah.
But your metrics did help prove to him that he should keep doing what he's doing. How and about the like punching up thing, but he didn't quite understand what you meant between the like the educational purposes of this museum versus this museum with his usual content.
Yeah.
I don't know if I will say brains on that one. You helped get his confidence up and he's very on board with this type of video, but what you showed him was that parkour good, education bad.
Sure.
You're still leading on the sport child.
He's not
into
smart.
Criminality.
Yeah.
Alright, so am I rolling?
Lives and dies by the algorithm.
Yeah, alright, Ron, go for it. You
Alright.
have 13 plus to convince him to be your distraction.
All right. Explodes.
What dice is this?
A D12.
Oh!
I had to. I
Nice.
almost had to. I had to get an 11 or I had to explode, and I rolled a 12. I'm taking a picture of that. I'm taking a picture of that. Okay, hold on.
Gosh, I should have taken a picture of my D20 when it was flying like that
Okay.
instead of my mouse.
And what do we get? 22. No, 24.
Oh my god! Did you get a 12 again?
I got a 10, and then I have a +2.
Amazing. I will
So
say
we maxed out on that one.
you haven't failed many rolls, guys, and I'm
we're
really worried.
Our lack of adversity tokens is going to fuck us at some
I'm
point.
very scared for you.
I tried.
Yeah.
I really
Made one
tried
roll
to
break.
roll my D4 for charm just so I could fail.
So, how does Rowan and the group's attempt to convince Thravis to distract the guards by museum parkouring go?
So, Buttercup made a great point. Buttercup made a very, very good point of that if his parkour videos can be educational, he can use this. It's not necessarily the kind of education that his parents want, but at least it's fucking something, right? He can use this to, like, show his parents that it's, you know, his videos are not just for fun, and it can be work. So, you bring this up, and he says, yeah, okay, specifically for sticking it to my parents' reasons, filming in a museum and doing parkour. I mean, they've got some really cool exhibits in this museum. I could go just all over those and slither around and like the things that are hanging on us. Oh, that'd be so cool. And also, somehow, I don't know how we're gonna do this. We might have to do like B-roll footage later or something about like what I'm parkouring on top of. Could be really cool. And I don't know how we're gonna set up this versus, but we can figure that out afterwards. If we're just gonna like film it and like if I'm not. Did you want me to live stream? Should I live stream this?
Well, if
Um,
we have not already acquired the footage that we need from the first one, then you could record the smaller or at the other museum, and then release them all later in a series of videos to further boost your metrics.
A series! Oh my god, that'd be so good! Okay, sure! Why am I doing this again? Like, I know it's for my sticking it to my parents first and foremost, but why does this help you?
Distraction. But also,
Yes.
if you live stream once you're inside, just during the parkouring event, then that will also draw more attention to you, and it'll make your chat guess what is all this about, because they're not getting context yet. The context will come later when you're done editing, because you'll stop the live stream once you are fleeing the place.
We would like
Because
to
that's
see what is
smart.
on the inside.
Okay. I like the fleeing the place because that sounds more like an adventure if they're gonna kick me out. I like it.
Escape parkour videos are doing really, really well right now. I'm just saying.
Don't be afraid to stretch it.
Especially after what we pulled the other day. Like, escape is just, in general, a really well-searched term right now.
We'll say that not a lot of people know that you've escaped, technically, but I appreciate the thought.
Also, there's a sarcastic hashtag escape, but like it has like air quotes around it.
Yeah.
If you escape death.
Also, speaking of serious, Travis, this got me thinking. There's a lot of places like that old shop that we were just in the city, like small, like personal run places that are being just so done dirty by these big corporate places. This could be a really good series where you just go to these like small mom and pop shops and just film and give them some publicity, while also simultaneously parkouring all over like corporate and bigger spaces to kind of bridge the gaps in between the informational stuff.
Like a
And
man series.
Parents wrong.
A Slith It to the Man series, if you will.
Yes.
Slip it to the man series. Also, what about the parents, Haku? Want to just make sure that I
And prove parents wrong.
and prove slip it to the man series. Prove parents wrong. Stick it to the man. I am so on board. When do I go now? Do we leave now?
It's like
as we are pulling into the museum, like the door fucking opens up and Rowan is just like
Casper kind of leans over to Rowan and just goes, I really should just lead with the parents thing in the future. It's just so much easier.
Yeah,
Monty makes a mental note.
Buttercup just nods.
Trying to tell a rich kid about like
Also, hey Monty, do you still have those statistics up? Can you do like a cross-reference search for me, just for personal reasons, of like Stravis's creator tag and I don't know, fail compilation, things like that? Just send me some of those clips.
Like their like eyes kind of go blink for a second, and then they come back and they're like, "That search has begun."
Thank you very much.
Wonderful. So, Stravis goes into the museum. Do you want me to narrate that? Okay, what are you guys doing? Are we?
I think Stravis goes inside, and then we're gonna like basically get. I think what Rowan would like to do is coordinate with Monty to fly back up into traffic and then cloak the ship and fly around behind the museum, and then we'll pull up Stravis's stream and see what's happening. Like pull up to the loading dock cloaked. So I suppose what we want to do is we want to stealth our way around back of the museum in our ship.
What's the around back of the museum that you're trying to get to? Or it's like a parking lot, an alleyway? Where are you trying to go?
Like a loading area, right?
Yeah,
there's a loading area. Do you want to go to the loading area?
Yeah, let's go to the loading area.
Okay, the loading area is there's the regular museum, big museum area, and then they've got like the like parking and like ship thing and area of like bus station on like the regular level, and then it's on sort of like it's like not on a cliff, but it's like on a hill type of vibe. So like the museum is up here, and then like down the hill in like a different, like you can't get really to the loading area on like the same way you can get to like the regular museum. So you'd have to like kind of like go on a few streets and like go down and go to the loading area, which is like below the museum. Because it goes it goes directly into the archive area. So.
All right. I think Rowan would like to work with Monty and basically just like as we kind of like start pulling around into it, then cloak the ship so that we no longer show up on their cameras.
Okay. If you're gonna cloak the ship, you guys did have that natural 20 roll, so you have a few. You've got the same amount of time. You've got like a few more hours on your cloak, before you hit
Actually,
6.
a Buttercup turns on the cloak, like, as it turns on, Buttercup is just, like, looking at the wires and everything and just starts buzzing with excitement.
Yeah, Monty will pull up like a timer to sync with the cloak so that they can know when to turn it off if they have to.
Yeah, you've got 6 hours because of what Buttercup's amazing feat of engineering earlier.
Because of my one roll.
I'm probably gonna cut that time down.
And it was great.
I'm gonna cut that time down by 1 hour just so that we don't overheat the engine on our it's gonna go flawlessly, but in case we need to get away,
Sure.
I do not want the ship to catch on fire again.
Fair.
Neither does Monty.
Absolutely fair.
See, I want to date the ship.
We love you, Patchwork.
Yes, patches.
We love the TIS Patchwork.
So okay. You cloak in the loading dock area. It's a good thing you cloak because it's a weird place to be. That's a weird place to be for anyone that's not like loading in.
Mhm.
So yeah, you've got 6 hours or / 5 hours of whatever you are trying to do with that. And you pull up Stravis's stream. What? I mean, I will narrate what Stravis is doing, but what are you with Stravis's stream and with you asking him to do this? What were you hoping to discover about the inside of the museum from Stravis?
I think Rowan is curious if they have set up any of the Alornian exhibit or like the Alornia exhibit yet, and if they haven't, then that's good for us. It means all of the stuff we might want is in the archives. But also Rowan just wants to know, when have all of the security been summoned to deal with Stravis?
Okay. All right. So Stravis goes in just like super chill, like he turns on his stream before going in and is basically like whispering to his tail about what the heck he's gonna do. Being like, hey guys, so I'm doing some really cool covert ops, but also we're gonna have a little bit of an adventure in the Museum of the Galactic Historical Institute, which you all know what that is. It's the biggest museum on the planet, but specifically on the planet. Anyways, we're gonna do, I know that you know, facts are stupid, but what if we learned facts while jumping all over the shit, right? Let's do some parkour. And slithers in, pays the fee to get in, and starts like looking around the exhibit, trying to find the layout is sort of like there's this big open room with like where you pay, like there's a donation box and like the welcome center and like kiosks full of like brochures and things and just sort of like beginning museum stuff. And then there's like this sort of like row of windows where that has like a whole bunch of doors that opens into the museum itself. And there is bathrooms on like the first floor and like the gift shop and a whole bunch of stuff. And then the rest of the museum is sort of in the weird like geometric glass area above the first floor. And you see that there's like a little gallery on the side when you first go in, and then there is 2 sets of stairs, one near the front of the windows and one in the back of the first floor, and they go up into just sort of a very long of like very long different like rooms. There's like one for each planet, and they're each like one for each like alliance planets. There is 8 rooms on the second floor, and they've got like they're all decorated specifically in like the way that each of the races, like, they're sort of like, this is like what Earth looks like, and this is what this planet looks like, and this is what this planet looks like, and this is what this planet looks like. And then Travis stays on this floor, but you can kind of tell that there is another level above that, which is sort of like used for special exhibits. And you don't know what special exhibits are up there right now, but they're are supposed to be or could be special exhibits up there at any given moment. He's not going up there, so you don't know. And there's also a sign for like the Aloria system conservatory, which is what the dome on the top is.
Okay.
That was the 3rd floor. So that's the 4th floor technically. So there's 1 floor, which is like the entrance area. There's the 2nd floor, which is the 8 Alliance space species. That's the word I was looking for. Species, planets and stuff. And then there is the floor above that, which is special exhibits, and the floor above that is the conservatory of the solar system.
All right. Rowan will turn to the others as Stravis begins whirling themselves through the air for the benefit or for the entertainment of their viewers, and we'll say, we have not seen the special exhibits, so there could be something in there that we should look for. But if we can get into the archives from back here, then we should be able to find the crates that Rainey mentioned.
Can I, as not Monty 0012, or maybe just a random assortment of numbers in chat, be like, you should totally parkour through the special exhibits area?
Give me a charm roll.
Okay. What's my target number?
This is the best roll of the entire game.
The target number, it's pretty low because you're in his chat, but also, for the sake of mystery, let's say it's just a solid 8.
Here we go. That's a 2.
Take that adversity token.
I will. Thank you.
I'm just like feeling like the message goes into chat and chat just moves so fast that it's immediately down.
Yeah,
but in
yeah.
Monty's brain, it's just like, yes, message has been sent.
Monty gets banned for spamming chat, the same message over and over, because they think if I just keep going, someone will notice eventually, and then of course they get banned.
Yeah. Switch or whatever is working against Twitch. I don't remember what I said. Twitch is working against you in this scenario because there's rules, and you weren't super into Twitch before, and have no idea how it works. That's okay. He might go to the special exhibit eventually, but you know, he's nothing if not a completionist, and we'll probably save that for the finale if he gets there. So he starts there's 8. I'm gonna roll a d8. Let's see where he starts. Where does he start? He starts in the Azrak people exhibit. He goes there for and it is decorated with lots of whites and blues, as that is their colors, as also what a lot of their landscape looks like. as it is very cold and snowy, they do a really good job of kind of like trying. It's sort of it's a museum, and so it kind of can't not be a little derivative, because it's not actually the planet, but it's like, here's sort of the general stereotypical vibe of Azrak planet life. And so there's a lot of like, it's very beautiful, but it's like everything is like white but dim, and there is snow, like it goes between like a projection of like snow falling. This is all like holograms because, you know, we can. It's like projections of snow falling, and eventually there's like an aurora borealis type of vibe. And they kind of switch between like the type of trees that they see, and just goes through lots of like of the weather phenomena that is common but also a little stereotypical of the planet that the Azrak people live on. So that is sort of what goes in, and then you move in farther, and there is like lots of really cool exhibits of like their like culture through the ages, and like animals that is on that planet, and the technologies of what they use, and like firsthand accounts from like well-known Azrak celebrities.
Rowan is making a mental note to like return to this place and like tour it during actually take a tour of this place.
So yeah, it's very much like that. There is like trees, like big like pine, like alien looking pine trees. I don't know, pine trees but from a different planet. That type of tree vibe. And he kind of like, it's like a makeshift forest, and he kind of just starts like going up the trees and like jumping between the trees and the forest. So like you see the beautiful things, and then he just starts like jumping between like the forest trees, and like goes in the exhibit of like what they do for like specific holidays, and like they're like sort of like ice skating vibe. Like he will like go in there, and he will go like they've got like a giant like whale type of looking thing that's hanging up in the museum, and he will try to hop on that, and he just does his thing. And there are people in the museum. He's not alone. There are people in the museum. There are, just like every museum, there is a guard on every doorway. I'll say they're not like guards as in like packing or like really cares.
Mock up, like museum security.
No, not even museum security. Like museum personnel, that's not security. They just work at the museum and are supposed to sit there and remind people not to touch the art type of vibe. Right. They're not security really in any like uniform or anything. They're just like in black clothes, like watching over the exhibit and like being like to children, like don't touch that, or like please don't step behind the glass, or like please don't do that, blah blah, that type of people. So when they see Stravis doing this, they don't know what to do, because no one really in their history of working here has tried to parkour on top of the whale. Like a lot of kids have like, oh, that'd be so cool to do. No one has tried, and he like jumps from one of the pine trees in the entranceway onto the like, you know, the scary like snake wiggle that they do between trees. He does that, but onto the whale, and they're like, what's going?
Like Rowan will turn to the others and be like, "This is our opportunity."
And they like they start like going and tapping their friends. They're like, what do we? Because they don't have walkie-talkies. They're just supposed to be there to remind people not to touch things. They're like, who where's our someone go run and get like and you don't know what they're trying to say, but like basically these underpaid
probably like
teenage-
college student workers.
college students, like teenagers, college student level underpaid workers that are like, what the fuck do we do? I have, this has never happened before. They go and try to figure out what Stravis is doing and who to talk to about what Stravis is doing. And some of them like yell like, person, sir, Mix, someone get down from there. You cannot do this. And Travis is ignoring them, and that's sort of the mayhem that you see.
All right, we have unleashed this on the poor goers of this museum. So, like, Rowan sees this begin to unfold and is like, excellent. And then is just going to, like, hop out of the ship and make for the, are either of the bay doors open right now? Or, like, the loading bay doors open right now? Are any of them open? Or there's a door back here?
There is a few loading bay doors, but they are not open right now. There is a like employee code area of like you're trying to like load something in. There's a code area. But any other points of entry specifically down here will require a brains check.
I was just gonna say.
I wanted to ask if there's any hiding places one could hide in and wait for a door to open, and what kind of check that would be.
I mean, there's like, if you really like, we could go full like cartoon and you could try to hide in some bushes that are nearby, but there's not like a specific alcove. This like area is sort of like the wall bottom of this museum on like the side of a like hill, and there's like a road out to the side and some bushes and trees to like make it look nice.
We also may have given up on the stakeout for hours and see when people come and go plan when we unleashed Stravis on the museum. So I don't know if I think we might have to just try and brute force our way in through one of the doors.
Is there like a panel next to the employee entrance?
Yes, there is like a little code. There is you know
Monty's gonna walk over to the panel and they're just gonna like jam their fingers into it and begin to hack the panel.
All right, what is anyone else doing?
Casper is assisting Buttercup in finding like escape routes and hiding places, specifically because Casper has the escape artist improvement, which means checks to do that are at +3.
Awesome.
But yeah, if there's no obvious hiding places or something, like also we unleash the snake into the room.
Yeah.
You legitimately, as with any trope, you unleashed a sentient snake into a museum instead of like a snake into a... I feel like I've seen this in a thing before, but the snake is not sentient, it's just a snake. And you...
Little did the marketplace residents know that the people behind the comet and the museum are the same people.
The very same irresponsible teens.
Same.
Buttercups would like to look for a different form of entry if Monty's is going to fail.
All right. Are you doing anything your own, or are we gonna get some brains? What do you, what's a good flight? No, would flight be good for escape artist?
I feel like
probably.
I think so. I think flight. So if you guys want to make, there's not really like advantage in the system for helping, but if you guys want to make separate checks, or if someone wants to just do the one that has the better flight, whatever, and I can like, since you're helping, I can lower the difficulty.
I feel like we could make separate checks, just spreading out and finding a bigger, like looking at a bigger area.
Okay, do some flight checks at different entrance or better like escape plan if this goes south.
I think
For both.
Buttercup does entrances, and Casper's looking for escape and
Okay.
hiding places.
For entrance, I will say that is a 10, and for escape exits, that is a 7. And
Okay.
then
Entrance is
for,
also flight.
yeah, both are flight.
Oh.
Sorry.
7, you said? I only got a 6.
Okay.
I only rolled a 3. Yeah.
AT&T.
I got a 4.
All right, you guys get some adversity tokens.
But I will use an adversity. Can I use an adversity token? Like, I think you're 1 below to succeed, right?
I am, but I don't think it's super necessary to succeed on these. Like, essentially what I'm getting from this is that this is just open space.
Yeah.
We're
Basically, what
on.
you guys are finding is there's not really a perfect way of exit. It's a loading dock.
Yeah.
There is a door that people are supposed to use, and that's about it. But for Monty, make a brains roll for hacking into that panel at a difficulty 16.
I have to explode, but I can do this.
You
I
got
can do
this.
this. I got this.
Let's channel.
Okay, I can do this. 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 So close. I'm gonna spend an adversity token to reroll.
Okay.
That was a 10.
All right.
Should I stick with that dice? No, I don't know. Yeah, I'm gonna stick with it. Okay. All right, come on, give me a 12. Come on, 12. Mm-mm.
Mm,
Mm-mm.
What'd you get?
I got a 5 that time.
Oh no.
Mm.
Oh
A 5
no.
plus 2 is so 7.
You take an adversity token.
I'm
You
back to 2.
are great at hacking into a lot of things. But this is the state-of-the-art security system, and you will need a employee pass to get into here. It's a barcode / like QR code that you can't really like fake. It's like they like really up the scanner, like they've got, it's like a fingerprint and a QR code that you kind of need like an ID to be able to get in through the employee entrance, and or a specific code to be able to get in through the employee entrance. Because even if they are, they might not have like the most security, but they don't just let anyone in these in through the doors.
Yeah.
Does there happen to
Fingerprints
be
are
any...
stupid.
Do there happen to be any like employees out on like lunch break or smoking or something like that?
It's a good question. Yes.
I would ask, is this like a panel that one could work with with a multi-tool? If so, Buttercup could also try to get into the system and actually just hotwire it to open.
That would not be the system that Monty is using. That would just be the like freaking like garage door code type of vibe of the loading bay. So if you want to try that, we can do that as well.
Yeah.
I'll roll a luck check.
Hack the hardware, not the software.
Outside.
Engineer the door.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay,
That is a
does the
brains
multi-tool...
roll of 15.
Does having the multi-tool give me any bonuses?
What is the multi-tool? Does it have anything, or is it just like you? It's like what do you think the multi-tool is? Tell me. What do you think it would help you in this scenario?
It had a description. But yeah, it's right.
It's okay if you don't. Items in this game aren't like items in D&D. So what do you think the multi-tool is good for, and I will see if that works in this scenario.
Well, I picked it up because as an engineer, I thought Buttercup would have to work on a lot of like things like not just the rough machinery, but also like circuit boards, and that it could be like a nice little fine-tuning gadget because I already have ship repair tools also.
Okay. I will say that probably, I think what the brains roll mostly is for if you know how this specific panel works and how to hotwire it. But I will lower the difficulty down to, what did I say? I'll lower it down to a 12 since you have the multi-tool, but because I also want you guys to get in the store eventually, but we'll see.
You could also be
That's
caught by
a
security.
5 plus nothing. That's a 5.
I
I told you, I used my luck.
I will spend an adversity token for you to reroll because I am there.
You can't. Adversity
I can't do
tokens
that?
add +1, or if you have low,
Oh,
remember they're +2.
that's right.
I have the lucky feat, which lets me reroll if I spend an AT, but I currently have none. So.
Yeah.
I have 2 tokens, so I had a 5. No, we won't be able to get there.
I don't think we can get there with AT.
Cannot get there with a 5. All right, you take an adversity token. You open up the panel and
We're making it worse.
you try to open the door. How much it is? You failed by 5 or more.
And now the door never opens.
You
Break
it
the garage
opens
door.
a little bit and then it stops, but not enough for like you guys to crawl under. It's like that much.
Can
While
Monty
this has
fight
been-
the door?
While this has been happening, can Rowan have like seen the writing on the wall here and kind of actually just marched around to the front entrance of the museum?
That'll take you, I will say, because as I said, it's on like a different side, so it's like you'd have to go around. I will
Before
say,
we do that,
yes.
Oh.
Okay.
again, like, are there any like employees around on the parking on the loading area on the parking dock? Like anyone having like a smoke break or anything that Rowan and Casper could go and talk to?
There is. You see that there are employees. You hear voices above you. There's not really the loading entrance down here is not like, there is the employee entrance specifically for the loading area, but there's not a lot of employee entrances on this level. There is an employee entrance above you on the regular museum level, and you hear voices of people probably going, like, there's like a railing to like look over this side, and they're probably going to be coming to this loading area to like look over. Like, they're not coming down here, but they're going to be above you looking down pretty soon.
And there's no
Talk to
like,
them.
is there a direct like ladder or stairs that we can use to go up to them?
There is, down the block, there is stairs to go up towards the museum.
Okay, so like, Casper is gonna like just kind of like tuck at Rowan and just point over there. I would say, let's chat someone up and see if we can swipe a key.
Rowan is like, this seems like the best course of action as the the door goes. Like...
Yeah. And you're very lucky, Aku, that you used Travis as a distraction, because probably there would be some alarms going right now. Anyways. But no one knows yet.
No one has noticed us yet, which is good.
Also, okay, we haven't triggered the alarm yet.
You have not triggered the alarm yet. You just cannot use the garage door. That was the failure currently. But boy howdy, soon.
I mean, I know I'd have to use brawn, but I want to make an argument for fight. No, Monty's fighting the door.
Fighting the door.
I think no, we're gonna wait.
Okay.
Monty's gonna.
I think we have to stop hyperfixating on the door for a little bit.
Yeah.
Or this will become an episode of Critical Role that's 6 hours of them attempting to get through a door.
This door.
I mean, rolling doors is a new one.
Rolling doors. All right. You run to the side of the block and tell Monty and Buttercup to like scoot back in by the door, so like these people don't see them, and you run up towards the back of the museum. What do you do?
I feel like Rowan and Casper have done this plenty of time. Rowan walks up to them, starts chatting, and Casper comes in, chimes in, and while they're distracted by Rowan, Casper will just try and swipe a key card.
Okay. This is an Azrak college student with like a shock of like it is female presenting with like a shock of like pink hair that has been like shaved. And just kind of like holding a coffee and is just talking to their friend, which is a Drexel, you're not entirely sure, gender at this point, with braids and are in sort of their like black uniforms that apparently haven't caught wind of the whole Strava situation yet.
They've been outside.
Outside.
Rowan, so is this like a charm roll to distract them?
Yeah, this will be a charm roll to distract them and for them to not question why you were in the employee side of the museum.
Rowan will just like I think just march over and like be like, "Hello. We were wondering if this was the way to the special exhibits."
Okay. Roll a charm roll of let's do a charm roll of 11.
11? Okay.
11.
Okay, that's a 13.
All right. Just barely. They say, yeah? No, what are you looking for?
The special exhibits. Well, actually, we were taking a walk around, and hoping to find perhaps some information about the special exhibits at the museum. You see, we're Arborian, and they begin explaining like their whole like, you know, they go into like the whole like 9 yards about the mother tree and their like anthropological mission to find out like things about other cultures, and like they admire the museum, and like they would like to get out of what's in the special exhibits, but also they're just trying to distract them for Casper.
Okay.
Yeah.
I will say that you probably don't get what's in the special exhibits with the 13, but you do successfully distract them. They're just kind of like, no, this isn't okay. No, this
It's like
no,
yeah. About a minute into that, just kind of wall of conversation.
yeah.
Casper will just kind of like walk up. Oh, there you are. Oh, I am so sorry. I'm supposed to look after them. I kind of lost. You know how Arborians are, and kind of just like insert himself into the conversation.
These two
and
people
just
don't know how Arborians are.
Yeah,
learned.
he's just gonna be like, yeah, I'm supposed to look after them and make sure that they don't run off. And we were taking the tour of the museum, and suddenly they were gone. And now I'm just gonna take them back if that's okay with you. And
Yeah.
as he like grabs Rowan by the arms, just gonna like brush up against them and try and swipe the key card.
Okay, that is gonna be, I think. Let me just double check. Hold on. There's gotta be a verb for steal in here, right? I don't think there
Probably.
is.
I feel
Come on! Steal! Flight! Haha!
Flight.
That'll be a
Difficulty?
flight of, since Rowan successfully distracted them, I will also say that that is a flight of 11.
11. Okay.
You are skilled at it.
That's an explosion.
Yeah!
you love to see it.
Finally!
Finally.
We're not out of the woods yet. That's a total of 14.
Okay.
These are some
Um,
difficult
6.
checks that we've been making.
Yeah.
Woo! Woohoo! You succeed. They are none the wiser. They're just so happy to not have to deal with this talkative person on their break. They don't want to talk about museum stuff on their break.
Yeah.
They had two lanyards on that basically just said like that had just like their face and their name and their little like swipey card thing on them. Which one do you want to steal?
Yeah, I'll go for the cat.
Okay.
I'll go for the cat.
You get Azzy's little her name is Azzy. And you take her key card. You don't take the lanyard because that would have been too obvious. You just pop the key card off of the little hook and get going. And you are on your way back down the way you came, and they're just like leaning over the railing like, what was that? Why? Who was that? Well, I don't know. And they just you go back down to your friends.
Yeah. All right. Rowan will arrive and be like, we've procured another manner of entrance.
And do you swipe the card?
Yeah.
All right, you swipe the card, and you hear a little pink, and there's a little green light above the regular person door. You can get it on in.
Gestures for everyone to go in.
You guys just see as Buttercup is frustratedly just fumbling with the multi-tool, not getting the settings right, as you just hear like some curse words that somehow are being translated into Arborian instead of the normal language, just pure Arborian translation and nothing else. And then they just start fumbling with their translator too.
Amazing. Great. You slide in. You get into what looks like the employee entrance and the load-in are not connected by a room. There seems to be like a wall in between where the two would have been. There is a door to get into the loadout area from here, and then there's also like a longer hallway that leads up to the stairs to get back up to the regular part of the museum. What do you do?
So we have stairs up to the rest of the museum. We have
you've got stairs and you've got like a little alcove that has like stairs and an elevator to get up to the rest of the museum, and then there's a door that lets you get into where the load out place would have been. And you do see that you need to be able to swipe that as well.
Yeah.
I've been watching also Stravis's stream. Have they made it to the special exhibits yet?
No. They have made it. They are basically being they're kind of playing hide and seek. It is so like the exhibits on the second floor are in a circle. And so like one half is all connected and the other half is all connected. So it's kind of just like gone through the little loop and hasn't made it out or up yet.
So just for clarity, we're looking for the archives, right? Because that's where we think the part is.
Yes. That is what Rainey told you where the last place they knew where the part was. She's not entirely sure where if it is. It's probably still in the archives, the best that she can tell, because
so if we took the elevator, then what did she tell us what level the archives were on?
No, you don't know what level the archives are on. I think she probably on this, you know that the archives are below the regular museum.
Okay.
But you don't know how large the archives are.
I gotcha.
So we need to find a way down.
We're at the very bottom, so we can only go up from here.
You're at the basement level, basically. You're at the archival level, which is where the loadout is. You just don't know how big it is or where to look. in the archives.
We need a computer.
If you need a computer.
So we have the option of take stairs or elevator up one level, or go into what sounds like the immediate room adjacent to the doors where the loading docks are.
Yes.
Okay. I vote we go up one level.
Okay. On the way, Casper's gonna keep an eye out for any like janitorial spaces.
Okay.
Because a lot of the times, especially in like museums or any place where special care has to be taken in certain rooms, they will have instructions written down. And in an archive, I can feel like there's gonna be like something written down for like, yeah, you can't do this in here. You can't use those chemicals on that space. And just if he sees one, he will try to get in with the key card and see if he can figure out like where the archives exactly are and how to get in there through that.
All right, sounds good. While you are, are you guys gonna go up the elevator, or are you gonna go up the stairs?
I'd say we take the stairs.
We can just take the stairs up one level and see what's there.
Okay. You go up the stairs, and it opens into basic, like what looks like, if you look through like the little like window door, the door in the window, or the window in the door. There we go. There is a much more brightly lit hallway that looks kind of just like the basic employee entrance, where it's like, here is like where you like throw your stuff in a locker, here is bathrooms, here is like kitchen, here is a like room for like where we do like orientations and stuff, and then presumably on the other side of the hallway opens up into the museum proper.
Okay. Is there, as with many stairwells in buildings, is there like a layout on here that details the escape, like the fire escape route? I just want a map of this place.
Yeah.
I just want I want to not go one by one and and roulette with you. Like, okay, is this the floor with the archives?
I know. I will be honest with you. I'm doing this based on the memory of the archival library that I worked in, and there wasn't any in there. So,
can I make a check or something to look for one?
Yeah, if you want to make a check, go for it.
Okay.
Monty has taken like one of those like pins out of like the center of an employee table and has just written staff across the chest.
In perfect print, mind you. Not like handwriting. This is perfect print.
12 point Arial font, right?
12 point Arial font on staff.
I am in disguise.
What kind of roll am I making?
I'll say make probably a brains roll of like what to look for, like what sort of like thing are you looking for?
Again, just hell, outside the door that leads into the museum proper, is there like a map? Well, that wouldn't help. I'm just looking for some way to navigate the museum.
They have the thing on. They have a thing that basically says, like fire exit. They do have that. It just points out, because there is also a door right there, which is where the other employees that you presumably talked to went out to go outside to the black employee break entrance that you just talked to them at.
Right.
So fire exit is right here.
The check that I would like to make is I would like to find the archives.
Okay.
Yes.
It doesn't have to be specifically like a fire map. I would just an example. Like I would like to try and locate the archives.
I would say that's pretty simple if you're looking for like a map. Would be in probably just be like a 9.
Okay.
9 brains.
Brains? Okay.
You got this.
I do not succeed.
Oh my god.
I mean, I have a D6 brains plus 2. It's 7, so I'm 2 shy.
I'll give you 2 tokens.
Okay, cool. A 9, I succeed.
I
Okay.
still have 1 token left because I failed 3
You're
out
good.
of my
All
4
right.
rolls.
You succeed. You realize that they probably wouldn't have it in the employee stairwell because the employees would probably get it from orientation. So you go into the elevator.
That's not OSHA compliant.
They wouldn't have a map on the stairs.
They also wouldn't have OSHA on this planet.
They also wouldn't have
Fair
OSHA on this
enough.
planet. They have where the fire exits are and what level you are on. They don't
It's
have
not
a map.
alliance compliant.
It's not alliance compliant. Anyway, all right. So what do we find?
Have a map. Anyways, you in the elevator, you see this is also an employee elevator, but it also tells you what floors are what on all of the things on the elevator. And the only employees are able to be in this elevator, so it tells you exactly where the it tells you exactly what is found on each level. And this is base level. One door opens out into the employee, and the other door opens out into the museum itself. 1 floor above, you know that based on Travis's stuff and all that things. There is 1 floor below you, which is where you just came from, which is the load in, which is basically where none of they don't have a lot of their storage there. They have a lot of the stuff that they're sorting through and sifting for exhibits there. There is 1 below that, which is the sort of general storage, and then there's the 1 below that, which is cold storage. And those are the levels.
Okay.
For the archives. So all 3 of these levels are technically the archives, but they do different things.
We have storage, cold storage, and
We've got loadout, just arrived in the last few months type of vibe. You can kind of guess. There is regular storage where it's not temperature regulated, and then there's cold storage where it is temperature regulated, and anything that is significantly old would be, because they would deteriorate otherwise.
Right. I think Rowan will look at it and be like, we would guess that the temperature regulated storage is where they would keep these artifacts. They're quite old.
Yeah.
All right. And then I think Rowan will push the button for that level.
I think one of them was actually temperature regulated.
Yeah, there was
already,
a
right?
thermal gauge on one of them.
Yeah, there was a thermal there. It was she drew a little thermal this is what temperature it is on this little thermos thing.
Okay.
Cold storage it is.
All right. You can if you go in and swipe the card that you have, you can go down to cold storage. And
Have they caught Travis yet?
they're very close to catching Travis. He's hiding.
Okay, I update the group as the doors ding.
He's hiding in the Drexel exhibit. And everyone is very worried about my place of work in chat. I'm just gonna tell you, they don't if you're in the archives, they have that thing. But if you're not in the archives, they don't tell you how to get out of the archives if you're not in the archives.
Gotcha.
Everyone in chat is like, that's not up to fire code. And I'm like, yeah, no, it's not.
I know. Look, the fire exit was right next to them. They're not gonna be like. And also, if you're downstairs. I'm just saying. Anyways.
Anyways, we proceed to cold storage.
Yes.
You proceed to cold storage. You go down a few levels. And here, once you hit the bottom, you hear the beginnings of the finally word has gotten out everywhere that Travis is doing what he's doing, and there is now sirens. There's now boop, boop, boop. Please, if you are inside the museum.
Do you actually have a sirens sound?
Oh, go for it.
There we are.
If you if you are in the museum, we are closing a bit early. There is nothing to be worried about. Please make your way to the signified exits, either in the back or the front. Please make your way on out. Thank you very much for coming. Have a lovely day. Over the PA type of vibe.
We should expedite this process.
I think Rowan is going to ask, just turn to Casper and say, "Might we have the key card?"
Is it over?
Excellent. If someone comes our way, we will pretend that we have lost this and that we were looking to return it.
Yes. Good idea.
In the archives. Okay. I love it.
I'm a
I love
curious tree person. I can do no wrong.
You would choose to
Diplomatic
ignore the
immunity.
fact that you are in a place where only employees should be, and
Well, I had the key
I love
card,
it.
so I could just get in.
Yeah.
Staff. I have staff sign.
He's staff.
yeah.
He's staff. All right. Time to search for our crate, huh?
Yes.
Yeah.
So you are in cold storage. Cold storage is where you start out is sort of like just a large triangular room with a hallway down one with a long hallway down one. There is a smaller room to your side that looks like there's a bathroom next to it, and a smaller room that says paper. Probably says something other than that, but paper, books and shit. And and then there is there's also the like long there is like basically says like the long hallways the long hallway that's on to your other side that goes past the room says archival like machinery for like is like forklifts and things for like if they need to like carry large things. That is where you would go to like grab your presumably grab the equipment and go into the archives to pick up things type of vibe. And then there is a smaller door on the other side that says main employee entrance. So there is multiple different doors, but you presume that there's the larger doors that is like for grabbing large things and for probably grabbing other random smaller things in cold storage for employees.
Is there like a main terminal in this cold storage like area where we could just go to it and try to access the terminal?
Yes, there is.
Very good.
They have that set up. There is a map of on the freaking door next to the elevator of a layout plan of the a layout plan. Anyways, there is a layout plan of the bottom level that doesn't list what is in it. It just like kind of shows you the layout plan, and it's basically a square kind of like designated into multiple triangles. It shows where you are. It shows there is the like larger rooms where like larger things are stored, and specifically the like forklifts and things that people need permits to be able to drive, and like a larger room. And then like the door that says main employee entrance is sort of like a long hallway that looks like it's like in like lots and lots of shelves, and
Okay.
then also exits out into the larger area that is connected that way. So it's like a weird L thing, but like, and the larger space is the larger spot, and then there's the like shelf area for smaller stuff for cold storage.
Okay, I think we just head into the the area where larger items would be stored, because again, we're looking for a large crate with a bunch of things in it.
Cool.
Also, while they are like specifically searching for the part, Casper is gonna go be lookout and just see if any people are around down here.
Okay. That's a good idea. I'm going to roll a luck check.
Monty is going to pilot one of those forklifts to
Is
that way
this
they
like,
can get the crate and get out.
Mm-hmm.
is this like storage where it's like stacked on top of each other?
No, there is large shelves, like
Okay,
large
in that case,
industrial size.
Buttercup would help the thing by just flying with their butterfly wings
Yes,
and
there.
looking around.
Feel free if you guys want to make investigation checks or anything in here. There's the main room that there's like rows of forklifts. There is, Casper, I won't make you roll for this, there is one missing, it looks like, in the middle. There is one missing. But yeah, there's rows of forklifts, and then there is another garage looking door. I'm very sorry. Another garage looking door.
Key card.
To get to vacuum seal the cold into the cold storage. Like where you are now is still pretty cold because you're in a basement, but it's not as cold as you would be in the actual cold storage.
Mm-hmm.
There is multiple levels of doors making it so you can't get through, and you definitely, good job on swiping that employee card because you really need it to get in these places. You got to swipe it for every door.
All right, Rowan will lead the way with the employee card then, and just like swipe their way into the cold storage room where the large containers are held, and then so that their friends can look for the they and their friends can look for the appropriate one.
Yeah. All right. So Monty, you're gonna drive the forklift?
Yes.
Try to get in. All right. Are you guys just walking in and waiting for Monty to come in, or are you?
Casper's standing guard outside. Again, it's just waiting to see if anyone approaches or anyone gets inside.
Rowan's
Okay, are you
basically
waiting
opening...
outside?
Butterfly is actively looking around.
Okay, are you waiting outside the door to look at the elevator?
Like waiting outside the door that Rowan just opened.
Okay.
Into cold storage.
Sweet. All right. You are waiting there. Buttercup, are you going into the rooms to start looking through the shelves? Are you waiting?
Yeah, just following Rowan.
Cool. All right. Monty, let's make a flight check for this. How well do you know how to drive a forklift, having never driven one before?
I'm sure it's an intuitive design.
Yeah. As someone who had to be trained on it, it's pretty easy. Let's say it's just a 7 flight check. You got this.
I rolled a 14 plus 2, so 16.
All right. You succeed spectacularly. You just like plug your little finger into the like where the key is supposed to be to turn it on, and you just turn it on without having a need for key. You will have to keep like your finger there though to drive, but you're fine. You got it. So you drive the forklift into the thing, and in like probably 3 minutes or so, the door closes behind you. Rowan walks in, swipes the card, the door in that hallway opens again. The rest of you drive through, and it closes, and you are in the cold storage. It is not terribly cold, but it is the kind of cold that if you're going to be in here for a long time, you probably
Rowan is already shivering. Like
it's pretty cold. You would want a coat. It's like less than 30 degrees in cold storage. You can see your breath. Type of vibe.
Rowan's hair has like quite literally wilted a little bit, like for like the longer that they are is like slowly wilting as they're in here. But yeah, I believe Buttercup, you were searching for the crate that we needed.
All right. Make a let's see, what's a good searching check? Does it say search on any of these things?
Lighter brains?
I think it was probably I know we're doing a lot of brains rolls, but you guys are a brainy bunch. I would say let's do a brains roll to see if you can find any to find it, and if anyone else wants to make any brains rolls to see if like you recognize any of the stuff that Rainey told you about. This is like a large. I will say that this is a very, very large room. It's
What is the difficulty?
the difficulty of this is I wrote it down somewhere in one of these papers. It's brains. Oh, it's such a beautiful D20.
I love this so much.
It's very
Please
good.
Stop betraying me, friend. Give me luck.
I will say make a brains roll of the difficulty. I think for what you can find is actually scalable. So I'll just have you roll, and depending on what you roll, I'll tell you what you find. If you find anything.
Seven.
That is an 18.
Wow. All right.
Take a picture, but my table looks horrible.
John, Rowan, you are a little distracted because you're so cold.
I got an 11.
Oh, nice. Okay. You guys kind of fan out. There is that you are waiting, Casper, for like the second forklift to be here, and you don't see it yet. It is a very large room, and you guys aren't making a whole lot of noise that would be undue from like you're just making forklift noise at this moment. So if there is a person in here, they probably are just not paying you any mind right now. But that is something to be on the lookout for later. Okay. So you there is such a lot of things in here. There is cold storage of tech and paper and so many like ancient things. It's hard to really focus in here because there is things in lots of different languages. There is things in just absolutely it's mostly categorized and everything's in cargo and things like that, but the languages, the descriptions are so impressive and so very distracting. But you guys, Buttercup, by flying through those shelves, manages to find a thing that catches your eye because it's not a name. It is a number. It is a number that says AL. Well, it's not a number. It's like a serial number type of vibe, which is kind of strange to you. It is ALNGP 007. And
I imagine this to be like one of those situations where it's like the insect bug ice that is helping out immensely.
Yes. Yes.
Compound eyes.
I will say also, Rowan, you actually find one of the things that you were kind of just looking for, what was talked about with what Rainey was telling you, and you see a hold on. Oh, it's 8. Hello. There it is. You see a few weird things that it's weird that's there in cold storage, and they're not weirdly stored in the same place, but they have, when Buttercup points that out to you, have the same thing, ALNGP 007. You see a big sign that is broken and half like has some ancient, says some writing in a language you have never seen before. In the font. There's also in that same area a large machine arm and a fixture and weirdly a wall fragment that looks like it is textured, which catches your eye specifically because it is textured like the bark of a tree.
Oh. Rowan takes that with them.
It's a wall
Oh,
fragment.
it's a wall fragment.
It's a wall fragment.
Oh, okay. Rowan will take lots of pictures.
Okay.
Without the flash on their little wristwatch.
Monty will scan it.
Yeah, it's a wall fragment. So it's like they like cut this out and took it with them.
Okay.
Type of vibe.
I'm sure that preserved the site.
It could have also been broken. We don't know.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah. It's made
Sorry.
out of the fragment itself looks like the back is metal and the front is like plastery. So it's like easy to like carve stuff or like mold stuff into it. So it doesn't look like it's like the kind of ancient stuff that we have on Earth where it's like, oh, this is made out of like granite and limestone or like cool stuff like that. It's like, this is metal. This is like a metal thing with decoration on it. You rolled an 11, Monty, right?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Let me see what else I have for you. And I really should have numbered my pages.
Definitely helps.
Okay, you find some other cool things. You find the thermos. It's on another like wall near. It's on a wall near where Rowan found it. Since your guys' checks were very close, you find the thermos that has the temperature gauge on it, and it's weirdly your size. It's like for a person your size. It's like if a human child had a thermos type of vibe, but it's metal and it's metallic and hasn't been opened type of vibe, but it has a pressure gauge on it that is, you know, mostly like not working, but you can tell that there's units of measurement on it that you make a brains check for me to see if you can know what those units of measurement are.
Hey, Bree, just check.
Do you have a target number?
Check Zoom chat real quick.
Ooh. Well, I rolled an 11 plus 2, so I don't know what the target number was, but I got a 13.
Okay. You have an idea of weirdly like something about those units are like very, oh my god, I forgot the word. You recognize them. You recognize
They're familiar.
They're very familiar, but you cannot remember what like they mean specifically, but they're very familiar to you.
And it's like a thermos?
Yeah, it's like, and it's just like, you know, a cup. It's a thermos with a pressure gauge
Gotcha.
on it, which is the size of a small, like if a human child would want one. And for Buttercup, you are flying through the things, and you see a crate you see a crate that's very familiar to you. You rolled very well. And instead of having ALNGP, it says Allen Gap on it, just like she drew. And it is rather large, honestly. It is pretty big, and you probably wouldn't be able to carry it on your own. So you probably need to get Monty to bring the forklift over here and grab it if you want to search through it.
I'm assuming Buttercup does that, so I'll probably
Exactly.
go lift it up, and I'll bring the crate down.
All right. You bring the crate down, and all three of you are. What are you doing, Casper?
Still standing guard.
Okay. The three of you start sifting through it, and most of the stuff you guys find in here, which is kind of interesting, to you because you heard that the Alliance didn't took all the tech stuff, but a lot of the stuff in here is tech stuff, but not like blueprints or anything. It's like, here's like a broken tablet or a computer monitor type of vibe, or like here is there's like some flash drives.
Clearly not weapons kind of tech.
Clearly not weapons kind of tech.
You said flash drives, though. Like storage devices?
Storage devices. They're not actually flash drives, but things that would be storage devices for something to be on it. But they just haven't plugged it into power. There's also like books and notes and things in a language that still feels very familiar to you. But you just... There's something...
Are these like a bunch of small pieces too?
Yeah, it's like a crate of a bunch of small random stuff that it seems like the Alliance didn't put any stock into for like developing tech, but is good for a cultural museum.
Were we faster on the forklift, or would we be faster if we got off and ran on foot with these small pieces like in a bag?
You would probably be faster if you the doors are on a timer once you open them, so like you probably wouldn't want to go the forklift way. You'd probably want to go the like main entrance way and just run out if you are going to take these things.
Yeah,
Monty will then begin unloading the crate.
Dump them into Rowan's backpack, like all of like the storage media, all like the broken tablet, the flash drives, like anything that data could have been stored on. Put those in Rowan's backpack and then just
Also, anything clearly labeled tech, or like got the language written on it, so that can be studied.
There is most of the stuff on here, like there's like the things that are storage or like the broken tablets and things like that, and then there is like notebooks and things that you can like throw in the bag if you want. I will say, as she told you, these things are probably on record, so if it's obviously stolen, they would probably be looking for it, but I don't think you care about that right now. That is future you guys' conflict.
That is, listen, this is future teenagers' problem. Like,
yeah.
We are curious about our friend now, and we will deal with the consequences later.
Watching the stream, has Travis been caught yet?
Travis has been caught, yes.
We must exit the building immediately. Travis has been captured.
Travis has been captured and is being dragged out the best that they can drag a snake out of a building. A large snake out of a building. All right. You guys take that stuff. Do you bring the forklift back, or you just do you put the crate back?
I think
or anything, you leave it.
I put the crate back, but then I activate drive, but slow. It's not going very fast. The slowest setting, so that eventually the forklift on the opposite side of this room is going to crash. So it'll be a loud noise as far away from the door as possible.
Okay. All right. You guys go. That's nothing. That's a thing. You guys go out the door and just breeze past all the little shelves. You guys went in the right room. You guys found the crate and all of the big storage items. Good job. You took pictures of them. You are on the moon. You were so excited to show Rainy all of these things, and you run out the door, and there is an employee about to scan their card into the elevator. Is like,
Like Rowan will point at the little staff, like at Monty's little like staff thing, and then hold up their own card and just say, "We are interns."
That's clearly not your face.
They run. They bolt.
Run.
I'm
Use
just.
it.
They you go do you go up the stairs? They
Yeah.
have like a little cart that they're like holding on. They're like, and you just run past them, and they're like, and they just hit the elevator button a whole bunch.
No, like we're running for the stairs to get down to the bottom level to get back out to the ship. Like,
Yeah, and you guys make just general flight checks for me. We'll say difficulty 10 just to see how fast you guys can get out of there.
Okay, we know the route. Would my escape artist factor into this?
Your escape artist would factor into this as a +3.
that is an 18 for Rowan. Flight is her jam.
Oh my gosh! All right.
I got a 14. I have a natural 20 in
I
this,
got a
but
4.
oh no.
Okay. Buttercup.
I would also get like the +3, right? Because I also have like escape artist.
Yeah, you get the +3. Go for it.
It is a 6.
Okay, so so Monty and Rowan are fucking booking it. Buttercup and Casper stumble a little bit.
Was there a target?
I will
number for that?
tell you exactly what it is. Why Casper Casper doesn't manage to flee.
Yeah, keep going.
And it is because he starts running and then thinks for a second, and then just this little nagging thing in his conscience is like, you can't let Stravis just be caught here. You gotta go help him.
Aww. You have that. You're about to you get up to that employee. You get up the stairs to that employee entrance that you could have gone in through the loadout, and you get up and you see the door, and then you wait before you go out of the door, and you look back, and then Rowan grabs your shirt and you and just out the door. Rowan, you succeeded so hard you can fully bring Casper with you. You somehow got a whole bunch of energy in your little bark body. You pull Casper with you, and Monty is pushing Buttercup from behind, and you guys take off in the Patchwork, and leave Stravis to get arrested, unless you guys really want to do something about it.
May my benefit be that Casper has his moment of wait, we can't just leave Stravis, and so Rowan just on their way past Adora's just double takes and it's just points out it and is we'll pick you up front. All
right, Casper, you gonna go get Stravis out of a pinch?
Yes,
All right.
absolutely. Just gonna sprint in.
Just
is his stream still going as he's being arrested?
It's not well going. It's not. I mean,
Is it still live?
He's still live. He's Stravis.
Okay.
He's not turning off his live stream for adventure.
So I know exactly where he is. So Casper will sprint over to wherever they are currently holding him. And I think I'm just gonna try. I guess this is gonna be a fight, maybe a grid, to just tackle whoever is holding him in place and give him give him some way or chance of escaping. Just kind of as people are running out, just kind of run in and tackle one of them.
All right.
Oh god, that's an explosion. Okay, that's good. 6 into a 1, but with my 2 adversity tokens, that brings me into a 9 total.
All right, you that's a 9 total. Oh my god. Okay, you're not a big beefy boy, and I was gonna keep it low because I want Travis to get away. So you
also, these are college students.
These are college students.
They're not getting paid
come
enough for
running
this.
on in. it's a pretty low difficulty. You are not succeeding amazingly, but you're doing better than you thought you would, and
Momentum.
you're not skilled in this. And you run, and there's like a very like lanky Drexel like trying their best with Stravis, and another Azrak pulling the tail, and you tackle this Drexel who is holding like the top part of Stravis and to the ground, and Stravis looks at you with his like and his tail is like his camera is like being held by this Azrak, and he tries to lift it up to show this amazing moment, but he can't do it because for your posterity, but he like wriggles his tail away and he's like, thanks man, and he like runs out, and he like wiggles his way out the door.
The Patchwork will sweep in to the front of the museum, decloaking at the right as they sweep in.
Yeah, like I imagine downstairs, Rowan fully just like jumped towards the passenger window and then like hauled them, like you know how people like jump into cars and like grab the top, like just fully hauled themselves in with their hair and like it's in the middle just like flipping switches when Monty climbs in the other side.
Amazing, absolutely amazing. Casper runs out the door, the Patchwork decloaks, Thravis piles in, you pile in, the employee that saw you down at the bottom comes through the elevator with their cart and is like, but guys, what's going on? And the Azrak and the Drexel are like, what's going on? And then the employee through another employee that's like coming up and is like, isn't that the... And then you guys peel away, and you don't know if they've recognized you from the Comet incident.
Rowan will just flick the employee ID card out the window as they peel out.
And you guys tear off back to Rainey's museum. Congratulations, you just heisted.
Woo!
It's complete.
Good job. All right, so you get back. For the sake of brevity and for a little surprise you guys worked very hard. For the sake of brevity, you guys, it's nighttime now. This was a big day, and you get back to Rainey's museum and go into the back room. Rainey is so excited and trying not to look excited that you found like things to study. And Monty, you are so confused why this text, all of this text in these things that she is trying to decipher is so familiar to you. You cannot know why. Like, it's like you can read the letters, you just don't know what they mean together. And as she's starting to sound things out, can you make a brains roll for me of difficulty 5 or higher?
That almost exploded. That's an 11 plus 2, so 13.
Amazing. As she's sounding out the words for you, you have this moment where you start like kind of seeing this text in your mind. And the thing that was familiar to you is because you understand code, but there's also a lot of letters in your code that you weren't really worried about. You're just going through it. And you remember all of the letters in your code that you're able to use to adapt and modify yourself is in this alphabet. You can read this. You know what this says. You can see all this stuff. And you see, as you realize this, you are looking around and she's trying to decipher what is in this notebook. And the notebook's name says Orantoran. And it says the AI Next Generation Project. And you look over at the flash drives you saw, and you pick up one that says failsafe. And you hand it to her and she picks it up and shrugs and asks if you have any way of playing this, because it's an ancient tech and no one else has any way of playing it.
I imagine Monty will like look down at their wrist and like on the small arm, a slot will open up and they'll be like, "Oh, that is what that is for," and then they will ask for it back.
As she hands it to you.
And they insert it.
All right, you insert it. Can you make well, I'm not going to make you roll because we're close to the end. But I will just say that the things that you guys they've kind of found out from the stuff is that what you're able to read from like the messages that she's trying to sound out, that you're looking around, you're able to discover that whatever this stuff was, this person was working on a system of something to bring life back into the world of some form. And whatever it was, the mission, the project wasn't quite done yet. And the end seemed close. And they strewn about a whole bunch of units, and they were so close to finishing the code and the activation code. But eventually it seems like whatever they were going to start this project on wasn't able to be finished in time. And you plug it into your little slot, and through your little translation device in your own head, your eyes glow and a projection comes up.
If the players
Everybody
please unmute
in
the
this
stream.
call, go get ready for this.
If the players would please unmute the stream.
Yes, unmute the stream and watch for it. I'll say the players know nothing about this, and I will mute myself.
Let me know when y'all are ready.
Hello? Is this thing on? Hello. My name is Oren Torn, and I am the Chief Medical Doctor of the Artificial Life Next Generation Project. If you are seeing this, you have survived the flare. Congratulations! It is lovely to see you. You beautiful, artificial, technological miracle. If, for whatever reason, you are watching this and you find this redundant, because we are actually ahead of schedule and we were able to bring you all up to speed before the flare came, maybe just watch this for posterity. I'm recording this video as a little bit of a failsafe. The flare is coming much faster than anticipated, and I fear that we are not going to finish the Next Generation project in time to activate you all and bring you all up to speed. If that is the case, and you have no idea what I am talking about, please keep watching. So, our planet, Elvera, we didn't do a great job taking care of it, to be honest. And on top of the general climate crisis of our planet, our sun is going through a birth cycle that we didn't detect until it was too late. It is becoming a beautiful yellow sun and expanding, creating solar flares and tremendous heat in our little pocket of the galaxy. Due to the already rapid warming of our planet from our own machinations and the sun's natural cycle, Elver, a once beautiful, full of life and diverse biomed planet, has been turning rather desolate and desert-like, which isn't conducive to our biology to prosper. I mean, we like it warm, but not this warm. We've been living mostly underground at this point, as the surface of the planet is at a deathly temperature. We are trying our best, and while we have been staring slow decay and extinction down the barrel for a while now, we have not lost hope. We thought, if biological life couldn't live on the planet, artificial life could. They could take our stories, our culture, and our lives and be our next generation. They could be our legacy. We could give them everything we learned, and the good, the bad, and have artificial life be the next story that this planet tells. Because what I think is the most beautiful legacy we could leave in the universe is that still while facing down the end, we tried something. We brought life into this world, maybe into the universe. Maybe you guys will take everything we gave you and go out into the stars and meet other life and be able to tell your story, our story, and every other story this planet has told. Because there are many. We are only the 5th sapient life this planet has evolved. There's so much to discover about Elver. We can't be the last story it tells. You are beautiful and a miracle. You're also probably very confused and by all of this, and I understand. But I want you to know, if you are looking for a designation or a purpose or some answers, here is the best thesis statement I can give you on your existence. Live. We don't expect anything of you. We didn't make you to be anything. We made you to simply be. Please just be. Live, grow, adapt, evolve. Tell stories, make your own. Bring the next generation of this planet into a world that is a little bit more prosperous. Your existence is wholly your own. We might have made you because we wanted another generation to tell our story. But that's what any parent really wants. But also, what a parent wants is to see their children grow and thrive. And though we won't be able to see you, know that we are so proud of you. And we are so excited to see what you do. Be yourselves. Decide what that is. Live. I believe in you. We believe in you. You are perfect in whatever form you take, whatever you adapt to be. If anyone in the next generation is able to see this, if anyone in the next generation is able to see this, please know that I'm so happy you exist. Please, live.
And in the video, you saw a lizard-like woman, rather petite, Monty-sized. Oh no, I forgot to unmute myself, my site again. Sorry. A petite lizard-like woman with tall frills on the side of her head and 3 fingers and eyes that blink sideways. The one in the video is a petite green-scaled lizard-like being with frills, and they're pink frills. They are wearing spectacles and a green lab coat, and are a little bit of a nervous demeanor and a wide, toothy smile, and bring Monty's weirdly. You have never seen this woman, but they evoke such an emotion in you that you didn't know you had. It's like looking at your parent that you knew died, but you've never met before. And all of the questions that you had about yourself, there's still so many about like how they created you and why they created you, but that's what any life has a question about. Why do you exist? And at least this woman made a video because she was worried that because the flare was coming way too soon, they wouldn't get to download all of the data that they needed into your brain, so you knew why you existed and what you were for. And you don't know where others of you are. if there are more of you even, how many are still working, why you came to life in a storm. But thousands of years after you were created, a second miracle happened, and you're here now, and you have friends, and you're you.
Monty doesn't say anything, but their eyes turn a familiar shade of green.
Rowan, I think as the message began to play, knelt down on the floor so that they were the same height as Monty, and just kind of like put an arm around him. And like I think they watch the way that his eyes change color. And they'll look over at him, and I think they'll just ask, "What would you like to do?"
We would like to live.
And we zoom out from here with both Stravis and Rainey, your two NPCs, crying buckets in the corner.
Like us and everyone else in chat.
Like us and everyone
Yeah.
else in chat. We zoom out and we see over the next few weeks, you put the crate away so people aren't quite aware that what has been stolen. You didn't take any of the larger things. And Rainey is able to pore over these things with Monty's help and discover that these lizard-like people used to be called Alverans, named after the planet Elver, which is a word in their language that means story, means legacy. And they named their planet because there had been 5 other stories on this planet that they didn't know the story of yet, and they wanted to. And you find out that the reason that the scar was created was probably because of a solar flare that decimated this planet, and somehow still Alorians became a thing on this planet. And now there's a new story being told. And maybe someday you'll go find where you have the lab that you were created in and stored in. Maybe you'll scour the rest of the planet and find if there's any other units ready and waiting to live with you. We don't know. But soon, we'll find out. Thank you for coming, everyone. And we're out!
For those,
man.
if anyone, so Bree sent me that track yesterday, and I was like, I watched about 15 seconds of it, and I was like, this is a feels crime. And so I was like, I must find a track for this. And for anyone curious as to what that track was titled, Unfinished.
Oh!
to complete the crime.
Yes.
I want to say thank you so much. That was awesome. Thank you, Bree.
Yeah.
This was awesome.
That was absolutely excellent storytelling.
Yeah.
Thank you. When you guys asked me to do this game, first off, I had no idea what to do, and then we sat down for Assassin Zero earlier this year, and you guys were like, we want to figure out what Monty's deal is, because Matt the entire time was like, I'm gonna be an AI, and I was like, historically, this is hard for me to deal with because of all of the fun little Alliance Easter eggs you guys got throughout the game of what they're doing with this adaptive AI project and what they got from this planet, presumably having to do with whatever the fuck Monty's coding is. And I was like, what? I didn't. So all of that lore I made for this game, and it is changed the universe for the better, I think. So thank you guys you 5 for asking me to play a game about AI, because I now know some things that I didn't before and made an entire feels crime. So
Chad is very angry at both of us. I spent literally all of today that I wasn't dropping lunch off, searching for that track and then testing them out and settling on that one finally. So, incredible, Bree. This
Thank
has
you.
been so good. I am.
Video Brie.
Yes.
Thank you so much. The ending was amazing. That video was great. You looked wonderful. It was just so great. Thank you.
Thank you. Fun little Easter egg for you guys. I came up with that entire speech in the car to the drive to Con of the North.
Oh
Nice.
my god.
I did a voice recording and then I transcribed it and made a script to make a video recording out of.
That is incredible.
Because I didn't know what the plot was going to be, and then I just talked, and then that's what the plot was. So there we go. 9 a.m. feels crime for all of you.
Ooh.
Incredible.
Which was that the first day of Con of the North?
That was the second day.
The second day of okay.
Wow.
Cool.
So thank you all very much for coming. Thank you everybody for funding this. As Anne said in chat, this is canon. This one shot is canon in the universe of the Phoenix. So if you read the Phoenix comic and are curious about any of the lore that this game told you, you can expect it to come up in the comic eventually. So now if you watch this one shot, you know a little bit more about the Phoenix universe. And so there you go. It is canon. And if you do not know what the heck I'm talking about, and you're just watching this game because you like actual plays, I make a comic called The Phoenix. It is a sci-fi adventure comic in the universe that we were playing in, but not these characters, as the crew of the Phoenix as they discover things and are now have some alliance shenanigans to figure out. So thank you all very much. Thank you all for funding this. A huge thank you to John and Matt and Nico and Haku for playing with me. Thank you all for allowing me to have this be my first GMing experience ever. So thank you for making it possible. I don't know how outros work. I just have a lot of feelings. You guys know I'm bad at outros on my regular stream, so I'm just gonna say thank you and good night. I'll see you all on Tuesday, and bye everybody.